Hello, hello, hello. Let me check my mic here. Make sure that's working. Can't tell if it's using my Raycons or just the computer audio. But I guess webcam, yeah. I think. We'll see. Hello. By popular demand, I'm back with another live stream. Hopefully y'all can hear me. From here, can y'all hear me? Hopefully, maybe. But I'm gonna be doing maintenance and just my typical chatting as I do so. I don't know if the Raycons are picking up my audio. I hope they are. Dang, you know what? It looks like, yeah, dang it, according to the computer, it looks like the Raycons are not the source of audio. Is there any way I can change that? How to make Raycon earbuds work on YouTube live stream. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, that's unfortunate because I don't. The computer's not really going to be close enough while I'm doing maintenance. I guess I'll just talk loudly. Hopefully, y'all can hear me. But today, we're going to do maintenance. We're going to get started on the roaches. Pardon the mess in the background. Working on making some new enclosures for stuff. So, but yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. Ooh, look what I got for Christmas. This Save the Semendola Roach t-shirt, which is pretty cool. A little quiet. Yeah, because I think what's happening is it's not using my Raycons, so there's no point to have these connected then. Yeah, I wanted it to use the Raycons as audio, but because the computer's a little far away for me to be using. Let me see if these ones work. I feel like these ones used to work. This one. Hello. Okay. Now what about that? Nope, still not working, man. I swear I had Raycons as my live stream audio source before, but I guess not. I can move this a little closer. Move my little desk there. All right. There we go. That's hopefully it'll be a bit louder. But hey guys, we got T-Rex 07. Nice to see you again. Racelin. Okay, you can quiet, but you can hear me clear. And Supreme Gecko. Hey Wally, how are you? Happy New Year. Just getting started with maintenance today. Night, whatever. My night. But yeah. Trying to think. Like, not much has happened in my collection personally in the past few weeks, obviously, because the holidays kind of brings to an end shipping for a few weeks. But now that the holidays are over, I do have some stuff. I have some stuff coming this week and next week, hopefully, too. So that's exciting. trying to think if anything exciting has happened in the meantime. I mean, a lot probably has happened since the last time I live streamed. But I can't think of any notable updates. So I have these Elyptrina laevigata nymphs that I've been growing up that I've been hoping were hybrids because I crossed the mother to an Ailuropoda insinus male. I had her with him for a long time, and then the male died. And then she didn't ever give birth, so I just threw another laevigata male in with her, and now she's been giving birth. But I was hoping maybe if she gave birth pretty quickly after I introduced the other Elyptrina male with her. So I was like, maybe these were actually hybrid babies from the original crossing that she just took a long time to give birth. But those babies have finally started maturing, and so far all of them look just like laevigata. So I don't think I succeeded with crossing that. But I succeeded in breeding laevigata, so I mean that's something. But yeah, no, they all just look like Elyptrina laevigata adults, and if they were crossed with Ailuropoda, they would look significantly different, especially the males, because the pronotum morphology between those two is completely different. So, oh well. Open up some apples for the bugs. I like what can I say this with a hand? Oh yeah, I'm so blind, man. I can't see shit unless I have headlamp on. Yeah, it really helps, especially with like just normal room lighting. If I had like big like fluorescent lighting, especially like white light. I love white light. Yellow light, I'm not a huge fan of, and makes it harder to see things in detail. But yeah, headlamp on is the way to go. I think I got these off of Amazon. I forget what brand they are, but I had them for a couple years. It came in like a 2-pack, so, and they've been working pretty well. The light lasts like a few hours, and then you gotta charge them, which is why I have 2. So when one runs out, I just charge it in and grab the other one and keep on going. Okay. I forgot to give these guys some apple. What else? Anything interesting? I have adults of both sexes now of the Schizopilia physicalis flat bark roaches. So that's cool. Those, I'm the only one in the U.S. that has those right now, but hopefully this probably spring or early summer, hopefully I'll be able to actually distribute them around, because as long as they breed for me, there should be no reason not to. And yeah, they're really cool. I'll try to show some off when I get to them. Hopefully I'll get to them on the stream here. Alright. These. Yeah, so I got some stuff coming from Satchel this week. Some really cool, neat things. Most excited, some grain pests and stuff off of him. That's one of his little special interests. But, and obviously one of mine as well. But I'm really hoping they arrive safely, because the thing I'm most excited about is there's a new, I don't know how long they've been down there, but we kind of only recently have been getting sightings of them. There's a species of Erginulus harvestman down there. It's an armored harvestman, pretty similar to the Libidioides exvenones, the Sinertoides, those armored harvestmen. And it's an invasive, I think, technically an inventive species in Florida. I don't think they've been identified 2 species, but we know the genus is Erginulus. But those are new for the hobby. They've never been in culture before. Well, a couple people have had them, but I think they all had males or something because none of them were ever able to breed them. But Satchel and Alan went down there recently, and Kai too, and they caught a whole bunch. And so some of them are being sent to me because harvestman is one of my specialties. So hopefully they'll be able to, I can get them going. And he also caught some of the Labradura riparia, the big coastal earwigs that are found along much of the East Coast, but caught them in Florida. So I'm excited because those suckers get like 1.5 inches full grown, like really, really big earwigs. So those are cool. For the blue top containers, what is the ventilation? The ventilation for most of them is just holes I poked with a soldering iron. Very, very primitive. I have started though. Here's a good example. This is an enclosure I'm in the middle of constructing, but I've started cutting out big holes, and I'll be using micro mesh. I think it's nylon micro mesh for certain species. I would like to eventually get all my enclosures switched out to micro mesh because that's better. Then I won't have Compsodies getting in everything. But this is going to be my Hemithyrocera vittata enclosure because I got the next generation of those guys popping up, and I want to get them in a 5-gallon so I can maximize the production for this generation. Let's see. But yeah, for a lot of the other bins, it's literally just the holes that I poked in with the soldering iron. Small enough that whatever I'm putting in there can't get out. But it's annoying because, like I said, some of like the micro roaches I keep can get in. So specifically Compsodies. At some point, I had Compsodies in something that they could get out of, and then from there they just got to everything. They don't really cause a problem in most of the enclosures they're in, but they're just a little annoying to have in everything. Nocticola too have gotten into a bunch of my isopod bins. Which those are fine though. Those are just like big springtails basically. And I mean, to a certain extent, the Compsodies are too, but Compsodies can be a little bit more annoying to certain roaches. So yeah. Yeah, look, here are the Elliptorina, probably Lavigata, let me see if I can get a couple on camera here. These are the V-horn hissers, and they're really pretty. Hold on, I think the headlamp's a bit too short. But yeah, they're really, really pretty hissers. Really nice. And these two are somewhat freshly mature, so they're still kind of flat. But the patterning and overall morphology is extremely consistent with Lavigata. They're not hybrids as far as I can tell. Although the females wouldn't be what you could tell the most with. It'd be the males, and I just had a male mature the other day. And yeah, here he is. Yeah, so this guy is just again kind of flat, but only because it recently matured. It hasn't eaten yet. They'll get all tubular here in a few, probably like a week or two. But kind of hard to see that pronotum's just typical Elliptorina pronotum. It's not got the pronodal notch that Ailuropoda would have, or anything even like resembling an intermediate, between the two. Coloration's normal, morphology's completely normal. It's just Elliptorina Lavigata. So I bred Lavigata, yay! But I did not create that cross that I wanted. But I might try again, just for fun. Especially now that I have a bunch of Lavigata now. Probably put another female or two in with the males. But yeah, this is another male subadult. But yeah, no. It would appear they're all just Lavigata. But I won't complain too much because that's still a pretty cool species of hisser. And ironically, I had started with like a starter culture of Lavigata, and none of my other females ever gave birth, except for this one that I was hoping was crossed with Ailuropata. So, ironically, the only pure Lavigata that I've produced were from what I was hoping would be a hybrid cross. That I just ended up throwing the male Lavigata in with her when all the other Lavigata females died, and she showed no signs of giving birth after being with that Ailuropata male for a while. So, but yeah, that's pretty ironic. What else? Actually, this did I give these guys fruit? I don't think so. There we go. My Leptarina Davidi right here, I've been doing pretty okay. Just kind of so-and-so. They produced a few litters. Some of the litters were weak and died pretty quick. The others are growing well, but were small litters. So the population's growing, but slowly. And just kind of random die-offs, but that's the norm for that species, so whatever. Also copied the headlamp idea from TJ. Hi, Martin. Nice to see you. Have I kept any harvestmen from Utah? No, I've not. There's not. I don't really think there's any armored harvestmen in Utah, and those are the easiest to keep. That's the family or order of harvestmen that I have the most of. The only non-armored harvestman I've bred would be Umesosoma roweri, which I've bred twice and then failed with twice from 2 different localities. They're pretty finicky. And then I've, I guess, technically bred, and I'm in the process of rearing I forget the genus name, Libionum or something. One of the more typical, like daddy long leg looking harvestmen from Pennsylvania that I collected adults of myself while I was up there this year. Brought them back. They laid eggs. The eggs hatched. Most of the babies died on the process to maturing. I think they're really cannibalistic. And so there's about like half a dozen like large immatures. I don't know if they needed a diapause or not. I decided not to give them one, but they may have needed one to do better too. But they're growing them out, so we'll see if they mature and if I get a second generation, but I remain skeptical. Most of the non-armored harvestmen are kind of a pain, but like the more fragile bodied harvestmen tend to be kind of a pain, at least the temperate species. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, and I'm pretty sure most of the harvestmen, if not all the harvestmen in Utah, are the more softer bodied one. There might be a few like tiny armored species, but some of those are like very temperature sensitive as well. So, but yeah, no, I've not kept any from Utah yet. All right. Next up, we got Cleveland, a nice Cleveland aquarium stock of pure Gomphidorina portentosa, which, let me see this, had some big adults come out recently. Oh, look at that one. That's a nice one. Let me get him a little bit. It's a nice big Cleveland aquarium portentosa male. These are pure Gomphidorina portentosa. And really nice. The major males of this strain get really nice horns on them. And it's crazy because the mahogany hissers, the mahogany portentosa, are derived from this line, yet they max out at like a much smaller size. Like I've never had any what I would call major male mahogany portentosa. Nothing even approaching this size, which is kind of a shame. But yeah, these guys, oof. The regular Clevelands, they get big and really pretty too. It's hard to see the coloration properly. Yeah, no, that's probably not gonna show up on live stream, but they're really nice, really nice. Yeah, those are doing really well. Pretty much. Oh man, this guy's gonna be big. This one's just, this is a subadult male here, and he's about as big as that other major male was. So this is gonna be a huge male when he molts. Dang, nice. Yeah, these are doing pretty well. Most of mine are mature. Most of the nymphs I had from last generation are mature now. A bunch of gravid females in there that I'm waiting on babies from. So those are doing very nicely. We're going to try and collect some harvestmen for culture when it warms up. Good luck, Raceland. If there are those more fragile ones, what I would recommend, if there was more like typical soft-bodied daddy long-leg type harvestmen, I would recommend a lot of space, a lot of surface area, a lot of like bark hides and leaf litter and stuff, because those cannibalize on a dime, and they're soft-bodied enough where they can easily cannibalize each other compared to the armored harvestmen. So that's important. Make sure they have lots of springtails, fruit flies, a lot of small prey items that they can easily consume, along with fruits and fish pellets and other various forms of organic matter for them to feed on. Yeah, just make sure that space and food availability are very important for making those not kill each other. So keep that in mind. And then, of course, seasonal cues may be required. I know for the ones here in Idaho, you need to cool their eggs to get them to hatch. Because I had a pair of like the typical like backyard species that we can find here in Idaho last year. And the female laid eggs, but the eggs never hatched. And I think what they needed was a diapause to trigger them to hatch, but I never did that. So I tried them again. That's what I'll do. These are the Eustigasta buprestoides bin, which I've moved them to a 5-gallon now. So this next generation should be crazy. But look at that. They've really consumed a lot of this apple, which they seem to like. Apple seems to be their favorite food. Compared to the dog food, compared to other protein sources, apple, they seem to prefer the apple. So definitely more of a species that likes sweeter foods than protein necessarily, although the protein does go, especially when they're nymphs, because they need that for optimum growth. It'd be nice to show these off on camera, but they're too small and flighty, so I'm not going to bother with that. But there's a few adults. Maybe I can try. Show them off on camera. Probably not going to see the color very well, but that's one of the Eustigasta. That was a male. The females are a little bit bigger. A little bit more colorful. But yeah, seeing them in person is the only way to do them justice. They're so pretty. So pretty as adults. It's crazy. Yeah, these are doing very well. And I anticipate making these available by spring, probably. Sometime during spring, I'll start offering groups of these guys up. So, barring any catastrophes. So, yeah, I'm excited. These guys are great. Again, another species that I'm the only one with a colony of here in the U.S., but that will change very soon. So, very excited about that. These guys are awesome. Hopefully, people will love them. There. It's probably good. Hello, Farouche. Nice to see you. Nice of you to drop by. What do we got? Oh, something I found, I think, yesterday while I was packing up bugs. My Porcellianites pruinosis from Melba, Idaho, that I collected myself and that I sent individuals of to Nathan Jones for proper identification. So they're not even possibly P. florea. They're definitely pruinosis. Those locality stock of identified pruinosis, they've started popping out some Dalmatian individuals. So I found 2. I've isolated them, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully more pop up, because I don't know if the 2 that I have are a pair or not. They're still a little too small for me to sex. But yeah, so I can isolate a Dalmatian morph of that species. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, fingers crossed that that I can get a pair of them at least isolated and breeding. Because that'd be cool to have that morph in a locality stock. That has been properly identified too. Because I have the sneaking suspicion that some of the pruinosis lines in captivity may be, Floria, secretive Floria colonies, or maybe even, I don't know if the 2 can hybridize or not. Maybe, I'm not sure, but at the very least, I know mine are pruinosis, and I retained the locality information, so that's extra nice. But yeah, that's exciting. It was funny. I traded Kyle for some Red Crush or Orange Crush, whatever the orangish. It's just the orange morph, but that species is so dark in coloration that it presents as more of a reddish color sometimes. But the orange morph of Armadillo officinalis, Orange Crush, I think, is the line that I got from Kyle. I traded. He sent me I think 10 individuals, and they were small, when he sent them. But now that they're all mature, it's quite clear that they're all males. So unless there's any hermaphrodites in that group, which is possible, because sometimes isopods do come out presenting as male eventually, but then they still give birth because there's sexually viable hermaphrodites in isopods. I know it's been recorded in a couple Porcellia species, and maybe Porcellianites too. But yeah, unless that very unlikely, very rare thing happens, and all those are males, and they're not giving me anything. But my regular OG hobby stock Armadillo officinalis culture that I have, that's just a standard wild type, those have started popping up some orange individuals. So I've isolated those, and I'm going to start a new project with those. And I assume out of the half a dozen that I've removed, plus the more that will probably pop out of that original culture, some of them have got to be, there's got to be at least 8 pair in there, hopefully. So I should be able to get an orange culture of that species going anyways. Plus I know what stock it's from too. It's the unnamed original hobby stock. Whereas the orange crushes, I've not really been able to find what line they were isolated from. Probably the same one. Probably none of the locality strains. But just in case. It'd be nice for me to do it myself. So Oh, and speaking of isopod morphs, unfortunately, I had a pied Procellio dilatatus individual. It was a male. I crossed it to a female, a plain female. Then crossed her babies to each other, and no pieds have popped up no other pieds have popped up at any stage of the process. And in addition, the male has molted out most of his pied coloration, which leads me to believe that his coloration was either a viral infection or due to a molt defect. So, yeah, that is not a genetic morph. So that was kind of unfortunate. I know Russmer Quermax has some much more pied-looking individuals. Hopefully those actually are genetic. That would be cool. So, and I know he's working on trying to isolate those. So hopefully he has some success. But hey, we'll see. What do we got here? Here are the Parasphaerus pygmaeus, the OG hobby roly-poly roaches, which are doing very well, if I do say so myself. There's a whole bunch of them up in there, you can kind of see. And then that's just one piece of wood, but there's a lot of bark in here too. Let me see if I can lift this up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that, a bunch of newborns there. Got males, females, a lot of babies. Awesome. So these guys are doing very good. After having been lost from the hobby, from the US hobby, like a year or two ago, they're back. Mine have been doing very well. I've been distributing them to other breeders as well. Hopefully we don't lose them ever again. I started with a large number and started them off in a big setup with a basically 50-50 humidity gradient. Lots of bark, some wood. And they're doing pretty well. So I think with these guys, the key may be to I think I kept them a little too humid to begin with, and then I also like in the past when I failed with my cultures, and then I also think that I probably oversold from them. Maybe it seems like the allele effect's very important with them. That's not to say you can't start with a small amount of individuals, because I have in the past, but I started them out in very small enclosures. But I think if you have a healthy colony and you take way too many of them out, that messes with them a bit. And also, if you have a small colony but you put them in a very large enclosure to begin with, it's not going to work out either. So those are things to keep in mind with this species in particular. They're pretty finicky. But, and yeah, don't keep them too humid, but also not completely dry either. So that's why I went for the 50-50 humidity gradient. I also think in the past I overdid it with ventilation. These guys are what I would consider moderately ventilated, but not it's hard to see. But those are all very small holes though, and then the sides don't have that many holes compared to like my Hisser setups. So yeah, these guys a little bit more picky about they like high air humidity, but they don't like their hides to be super moist. So yeah, 50-50 humidity gradient, a lot of bark and wood that I'm not spraying directly, or when I do, I spray it very lightly. They're doing very, very well. So hopefully I will not lose them again. And hopefully the people I've been sending them to will have success with them as well. Yeah. It's nice to have the OG roly-poly roaches back in the US hobby. Although their replacement, the Parasphaerus punctatus, are definitely pretty awesome as well, and bigger, and way less picky. So, yeah. Even if we do lose these, we still got a good replacement species at least. These are, I just got these last week from Kyle. He was not auctioning, he was just Kyle from Roach Cressing. He was rehousing a bunch of roach species and basically dumping out the old substrate from their bins, but he was selling that substrate because that substrate still had hundreds of nymphs and stuff in it that he just didn't feel like separating out and putting into his new revamped enclosures. So I got these. It's like 200-ish, probably more than that. Gyna Caphrorum for like $40 shipped. So that was a pretty good steal of a deal. Yeah, I already have an established colony. But it was funny, he literally just took a small USPS priority box, taped up all the cracks in the bottom and also in the top when he closed the box. Literally just dumped the substrate straight into the cardboard box and shipped it. Which if it was a wetter substrate might not have worked, but these guys, it was a little bit dry. Yeah, they got here just fine, even without a heat pack or anything, which that was the thing. He was very cheap cultures, basically entire colonies is what he was selling, but with no LAG. But for a steal of a deal, so it's like, buyer risk. But yeah, the weather's been pretty mild here, and I was like, you know what, I could use a colony of these. I don't have these at the moment. And yeah, they arrived in good shape. A lot of tiny nymphs, a lot of adults, a lot of sub-adults too. So yeah, instant colony for me. So that was really cool. Yeah, let me get them fed. Yeah, that should be good. I'm gonna go briefly fill this up though because it ran out of water. Be right back. I have returned. Spray down. Nice. Man, I don't know how I used to get by without one of these big old pump sprayers. I used to have to, the little manual spray bottles for cleaning and stuff. Man, I would not be able to get by with one of those anymore because, my God, so tedious compared to this. The pump sprays, so much better. These again. Oh yeah, those. These are these are my. Not yet. Got a bunch of virgin tiger hisser females with a male flat horn hisser. I'm trying to recreate that cross. And so far, nothing from them. But yeah, that's a really cool cross, and that is tried and true. So, which is kind of crazy because Ailuropoda are like the most distantly related hisser group in the clade of hissers. So that's pretty bizarre that they hybridize with Princessia. but it's been proven. So I'm going to try to recreate that and get some, try to isolate for very flat but stripy hisser hybrids. Alright. But yeah, the tiger females like a lot of humidity for breeding. Let's see, have these popped yet? No, they don't look like it. These, I'm hoping will start breeding soon. These are the fully melanistic version of. Let's see, this is a good hold on. So these are the Princessia Van Marbecki Big Blacks. I have isolated the black coloration. So I don't know if you can see that well on here, but these adults are completely melanistic. No, some of them have a bit of a reddish tint to them, but no side striping, no patterning, no, not even any spots on the thoracic pads. So yeah, completely black version of this strain of Princessia, and they're pure as far as I can tell. As far as we've been able to tell, they're as pure, at least as pure as Princessia get in the hobby. Yeah, the consistent prenodal notches on the males. Coloration is pretty consistent, I would say, for that species. So, but yeah, I isolated out all the black ones. I isolated the black morph out from the main colony that I have. Next up is for me to do the reverse and isolate out true breeding individuals that have the nice side striping on the abdomen, the more colorful ones. That maybe should have been the priority over isolating out the black line, but I had a lot of black individuals to do that with versus the more pretty individuals. When I do isolate that out, I'm going to want like the prettiest individuals to start with. And since the striping's a little bit more variable on them, it's a bit more of a task of going through the entire colony and finding the ones that look the best that I want to start with. Versus the ones that are black, it's like, oh, they're black. Like, they're either black or they're not. So it was easier to pick out individuals to start this project. Yeah, these are doing pretty well. So I anticipate. It looks like most of the females are about ready to pop. And it would appear that in one generation I successfully isolated, because like all these adults that popped up from the nymphs that I had born, they're all jet black. So it would appear that they're isolated. I just need to wait for them to give birth, and then I can start distributing Princessia Big Blacker. Princessia Big Black. I don't know what the morph name's going to be. Melanistic Black, because the strain name is Big/Black. So I could go big/black dash blacker or melanistic or super black, or I don't know. I didn't even give them apple. But yeah, I'm taking suggestions for the morph name. So if anyone wants to chime in with that, leave a comment in the chat or just a comment on the dead stream once it's up. Kind of like in Blacker, because like Big Black, Blacker. I don't know. I think this is like a funny, dumb name. I don't know. Gynocapucina are doing pretty well. Had a couple broods born recently, so there's a lot of small nymphs in here right now. My Gynosculpturata have been breeding as well, which that's cool. It's for me. I was never able to breed that species until this latest try. I took Tennyson Kingsley's advice. He was like, they only breed for me when I keep them really moist. And in the past, I tried breeding Gynosculpturata and kept them more like semi-humid. So this time I'm like, I'm just gonna keep them really, really wet, and that's working. So doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey, if it works, it works. Some Panchlora species. This is a Panchlora species Redlands. These are really cool. Very pale, like ghostly green banana roaches from Florida. They're probably not Panchlora nivea. You don't really know what they are. I honestly don't know if we can rightly say that any of the Panchlora from Florida are nivea anymore, because it would appear that when scientists or like agriculture workers were catching them at Florida ports, it seems like they just identified all green Panchlora coming into Florida as Panchlora nivea. But that's clearly not the case. There's a lot of green Panchlora species, and I wouldn't really trust an ID that came from anyone but a taxonomist that specialized in that genus, because it is a tricky one. So, and then these are Panchlora species Speckle. These guys are really cool. Very underrated species of Panchlora. So hopefully they breed well for me. Yeah, I don't know why people have been sleeping on the Panchlora in general, but Panchlora species Speckled especially. It's one of those cool species from Ecuador, and it's just like they're so underrated. Hardly anyone keeps them. I don't even think they're in the European or Asian hobbies at the moment. If they are, no one's talking about them. There's that. Then we have Panchlora species Hobby. These are the OG green banana roaches, previously misidentified as Nivea, but they are not Nivea because their morphology doesn't resemble that of Nivea at all. So we don't really know what they are. Jeez Louise. Wow. Right. These guys, should probably put a layer of silicone oil around the rim pretty soon, because they are getting to that point where they're just constantly climbing and flying around. These are cool. These are Schultesia lampyritiformis, the firefly mimic roaches. One of the firefly mimic roaches is actually quite a few species that mimic fireflies. These guys, there's Acroblatta luteola, Caloblatta tricolor, and Caloblatta. Dang, I'm forgetting the name. There's another Caloblatta species that also mimics fireflies. A lot of the Central South American species. There's quite a few that actually mimic fireflies, which makes sense because there's a lot of fireflies in South America, South and Central America, and fireflies are quite distasteful. So it's a pretty smart thing to mimic. If only they glowed like fireflies, now that'd be cool. Penchlora species Guadalupe in here. These are pretty cool. They're doing well for me. Now, for me, it seems the key to getting Penchlora to do well for me was to give them a more chunky substrate mix. I just have them on cocoa fiber mixed with cocoa core chunks, and that seems to be working pretty well. They didn't really seem to like plain core, but once you got those chunks thrown in, they seem to that gets the females to give birth more consistently for whatever reason. Like chunky. These are those Parasphaerus punctatus that I was talking about, which these guys probably not going to be able to show off quite as easily because they're a bit more of a hassle to deal with, but yeah, they're less like pygmeus tend to like cling to bark more, like they freeze when they're disturbed, but these guys just run around like maniacs when they're disturbed. So these are definitely more of like an arboreal species of Parasphaerus. They run around quite a bit. Oh wow, there were a lot on there. Holy crap! But yeah, yeah, they're all over me now. Yeah, these guys, so cool. Love them. I really want more Parasphaerus. I'd love some of the iridescent species, which are very finicky. I need, every time I start with those, I start with so few of them. Like, I need a good, solid starter culture. Because, like, those guys really seem to benefit from the Aliyah effect. And also, most of them appear to be nectar and pollen specialists, which is kind of annoying. And they don't eat much other than that. But in the black Parasphaerus species, though, those would be more doable. Most of them are relatively easy compared to the metallic ones. I would kill for some of the Yunnan giant ones, or some of the Hainan giant Parasphaerus, like that big Parasphaerus. That roll, that'd be fucking awesome. But those have not yet made their way to the Western hobby. But one day, mark my words, I'll have some. What are these? Oh yeah, these are tiger hissers. These guys, my tiger hissers have kind of exploded. Started using them as assassin bug feeders because there's a lot of them. Which is funny too because I previously really struggled with getting tigers to do well for me, and now I'm doing great. Seems the key is to just keep them pretty freaking humid. They do not like it very dry. Here's a really pretty. I'm considering doing some isolations with these guys too, because there's some really pretty ones, like this male here. That's a really nice male. Again, it's a little hard to see, but really nice coloration, and it's hard to see. But the spots, the red spots on the the thoracic segments, maybe you can kind of you can't really see it on camera, but really vibrant on some of these individuals, and some of them have spots on the pronotum as well, on the posterior margins of the pronotum. They'll have small red spots on males. Some males and some females have it as adults, and I kind of want to isolate a strain to either intensify that or at least just get them all having that coloration, because that'd be pretty cool. I've had some individuals come out with like breakages in the striping to where it's like some almost look like they have like what am I looking for? A complete like disconnection between the side striping and the middle stripes, like so where it looks like they just have like little black bands, little black lines popping out from their abdominal margins. Then it's interrupted by just plain cream coloration, and then in the middle they have like black spots going down. Those look pretty cool, but those are definitely in the minority, so it'd be kind of hard to isolate for them. And it also seems to be only the males that have popped up with that coloration. But it would be cool. It would be neat to isolate like nearly stripeless or actually stripeless tigers, because they have a more creamy coloration to them than any of the other histers. So if you get just like that plain cream coloration all across the abdomen, I think that look pretty cool. But yeah, we'll see. If any significantly interesting individuals pop up, I might actually isolate them. But that's definitely more of a line breeding project than simple isolation of recessive genes, like with the black ones, So I think that's a bit more of a task. That should be good. All right, top rack, top shelf done for this rack. This is a Bantua Robusta bin, which I think I need more Bantua. It seems like a lot of Paris Fahrenheit really benefit from the Ali effect, so I definitely think I need to get another group of Bantua to help kind of flesh this bin out a bit, and then maybe they'll start actually reproducing. Because I think there's like 4 males and 2 females in here right now. And the thing with Bantua is they seem to like a very specific humidity gradient. So keeping them in a small enclosure doesn't really do well for them. And they don't do well in a small enclosure, so I moved them to a 5-gallon. But now I think there's too few here in the 5-gallon to get the Ali effect going, and so they're still not breeding. So hopefully I'll get more from Kyle soonish, because I would really like to get a nice big population of Bantua going again, because I miss them. I miss them doing well for me, because they're really, really unique Paris Fahrenheit. And one of only a few African Paris Fahrenheit in culture. So, fingers crossed. Also, I don't know if anyone saw, but on my blog and also on social media, I've been posting about the Hemilepistus pavlovsky that I have in my collection from Xinjiang, China, which, first of all, those have been on my wish list for so long, so it's really cool to finally have them, and hopefully I'll be able to breed them. We'll see. I don't expect them to give birth until I take them out of diapause, so excuse me. I don't expect them to come start breeding until they come out of diapause. But once they do, I think they have relatively large litters, so hopefully I'll be able to spread them out a little bit, but I might not actually be able to sell them this generation. I'll probably just give them to a couple of my friends. But when I do have them available, my God, it seems people are really interested in them. Like, I was not expecting the response that I have received about those. Like, people love them. And I mean, it kind of makes it, they're a really unique isopod. They're big too. But it's kind of nice for once to see people like buzzing about an isopod that's not another Cubaris, like something that's actually unique. So I feel like we're getting to the point with like the Cubaris and the Marolunella, where there's a lot of really pretty, flashy species entering the hobby, but it's kind of like the same old all over again. Most of the Cubaris have a fairly similar like body shape, but there's like 2 or 3 main like phenotypes of Cubaris. There's like the more chunky burrowers, like rubber duckies or like Murina, There's like the really flat ones, most of which probably aren't even Cubaris, but like your species salmon, your orange tigers, those. And then there's like the weird in-betweens that are like kind of flat but still kind of compact, like the ambers and the cappuccinos, the red tigers, I guess. So yeah, but you got those 3 main body shapes, and then it's just a bunch of different colors, and a lot of them are fairly similar to each other. The Marolunella is pretty much the same body plan amongst almost all of them, and then just different types of colors, right? Whereas the Hemilepistus, kind of boring in color, but their body plan is like really weird, and they're huge. So yeah, I don't know. It's nice to see people giving some attention to an isopod that's pretty, very different. Not to mention, they come from a very different habitat than most of the isopods in culture, and very different care requirements as well. So yeah, it's pretty neat. I'm glad people like them. Hopefully I can do my part to help make them more accessible in the hobby here. So we'll see. And if I do well with them, hopefully I can get other Hemilepistus as well. Excuse me. Namely, other species from the subgenus Desertilla or Desert Oniscus, actually. Let me look this up. Because there's two, at least 2 that I know of, 2 subgenre of Hemilepistus, and Hemilepistus subgenus Hemilepistus is that subgenus is the one that has those really like highly basically eusocial species that build the very deep complex burrows. The colony starts with a single pair. They have babies. They defend their burrow from other invading pairs or individuals from other populations, and then the babies go out and disperse, and then they pair off with other individuals. But those are much more difficult to keep in captivity because of the space required and the fact that you need to start with a pair, hopefully preferably unrelated pair, and then give them a big enclosure for them to make their big burrow, and they go out and wander during the day and then come back, or wander at night and come back during the day, I don't know. But they wander around for food, they come back to the burrow, and they're like eusocial almost. And they'll kill members from other, colonies that come into contact with them, unless they're looking for mates to pair off and make their own colony. So those are like next to impossible for the average breeder to actually have success with in captivity. So those you can't really breed. But the Hemilepistis subgenus, man, it'd be nice if they were easy. We need like a cockroach species file, but for isopods. Hemilepistis pavlovsky, Desertilio, subgenus Desertilio in Hemilepistis. Those are where the Pavlovsky come from, and some other species of Hemilepistis are in that genus as well. Subgenus, I mean. Those are not eusocial, They're a little territorial, but not nearly to the degree of Hemilepistis subgenus Hemilepistis, and they breed in like little groups, and are found in groups of varying ages and sizes. And I don't believe they make their own burrows. I'm pretty sure they just reuse burrows of rodents, of scorpions, of other, or colonize like cracks and crevices in the ground. They don't really make their own complex burrows like the subgenus Hemilepistis do. So yeah, the subgenus Desertilio, those are the ones that can actually be bred relatively easy. So if I'm successful with the Pavlovsky, I'm going to try to get some more members of subgenus Desertilio, because there are some that have spines on their, not to the extent that like Hemilepistis riamuri has, but still like spines on each. It's mostly the males, and I think spines on the, what would it be, the dorsal margins, the dorsal posterior margins of each not abdominal segment, just body segment, I guess, past the head up until like the middle of their body. So those are really cool, and hopefully they one day make their way over here. Again, if I succeed with the Pavlovsky, I will do what I can to get some of those, because those would be pretty nice. They're smaller than the Pavlovsky, though. I think like an inch versus like the nearly 3 inches that Pavlovsky can get to. Maybe like an inch and a half for the more spiny ones, but yeah, they're spiny and they have more white margins to their body segments as well. So really cool, and just basically, hopefully, we do well with Pavlovsky, because then we can start branching out into some of those other ones, and diversify the selection of those more unique isopods even more. But hey, we'll see. Hey, Satchel, what's up? I'm just talking about Hemilepistis. God, these guys need rehoused. These are the stripy Masawala that I'm trying to work on isolating. That was not the best show off of these, but yeah, these are the Grumphodina portentosa Masawala, which I need to get a 5-gallon for these. But these are the stripy individuals that Tennyson sent me a pair or two of. And this is another line breeding project, so it takes longer than simple recessive morph isolations. But these are, Grumphodina portentosa from the Masawala locality that have much more stripy appearance than a lot of their cohorts. So trying to isolate like a strain that consistently produces adults with noticeable abdominal striping. And it seems to be so far like 50% of the adults that have been popping up have had nice abdominal striping. Others have just looked normal. But I need to actually I need to get a 5-gal set up, and preferably start isolating out like a few pairs from here of like the best individuals. and start again, and rinse and repeat until I have a nice, consistent, stripy line of Masawala. So that's definitely a more long-term project, but hopefully one I can succeed with. It has had the side effect of producing several individuals that are just completely black. Which, spoiler alert, I have isolated those. And I'm also trying to isolate a black line of the Masawala portentosa. So a lot going on with that strain because it's very variable in coloration. So yeah, so nice to have another pure line of portentosa, and one that we can actually get more color variation out of. These are Paranophyeta formosana, the Formosan assassin bug mimics. These guys are pretty cool, and they're doing very well. These also are probably deserving of a 5-gallon setup soon. Although they're doing really well in here. What is this? Probably like a 2-gallon Dollar Tree container. So yeah, can't complain about how those are doing. I would like to get Lyrata back. And I would kill to get Paranophyeta Rufapes back. Those are really nice. I'd kill to get any new Paranophyeta in the hobby. That'd be really nice. There's a lot of cool ones. Oh yeah. Yeah, Satchel. Oh, which, by the way, I gotta check. I have a package coming from Satchel. It might be here today. Maybe. It could be. Let's see. Nah, probably not. Expected delivery date's Friday, but the soonest it could possibly have come was today, so sometimes they're wrong with the estimates. But again, we're kind of coming out of that holiday season, so there's probably still a bit of a backlog in the USPS. So not a concerning amount, but a Friday delivery date seems reasonable. Yeah, excited for the stuff I'm getting from Satchel. I mentioned those Harvestmen, the earwigs. I'm really excited for the earwigs. Those earwigs are going to be a little difficult too, because that species is, again, a very large, I would say like inch to inch and a half, right, Satchel, for like adult Labradura riparia. From what I remember seeing them in like Florida when I lived there briefly. They're big earwigs, but with that size unfortunately comes some territorialism that I've not personally experienced with any of the other earwigs I've kept yet. But supposedly that species is a lot more territorial and less forgiving when it comes to crowding. So those will probably have to be started off in a 5-gallon to start with, and also probably a very deep sandy substrate and little to no very little crowding. Because if they get crowded, they just eat each other. So I'm hoping I can keep them communally, period, instead of having to isolate out females and keep them in their own setups. That would be very annoying. And honestly, probably not worth it. So yeah, we're hoping for easy breeding and just a 5-gallon with deep substrate and consistent feedings. Yeah, we'll see. It'll be my first time trying that species out. But we packed them in individual cups for that reason. Good idea, Satchel. Yeah, I don't know. Depending on the sex ratio, I might. If they're adults, I don't know if I can sex them if they're nymphs. If they're adults and I can sex them, I might just keep pairs together for the first generation. But as soon as they breed, there's gonna be babies like everywhere. So like, I don't know. I'm not isolating out every single individual Labradora. They're either gonna breed communally, or they're not gonna breed for me at all. So that's basically what's gonna come down to. But I think I can breed them communally. I just need to give them a deep substrate, a big enclosure, and be very consistent with the feedings, multiple feeding spots, and probably a mix of not just dog food like I do with my other earwigs, but maybe also some pre-killed roaches too. No, pre-killed anything. They'll eat anything, protein. But yeah, I think it should be doable. But we'll see. We will see. Yeah, I don't think, even communally, I don't think they'll ever reach the population densities that, say, like literally all my other earwigs do. Because, like my Borrelia arcanum, that substrate is just a boiling mass of earwigs, right? Most of my other earwigs, they eventually reach that point where the substrate's just like a writhing mass of earwigs. Excuse me. But I don't think Labradora will ever reach that point because they're just a little too territorial. But breeding them enough to where you have a fairly, sustainable population that you could sell from, and they're not all eating each other constantly. I feel like that has to be doable. Just got to be smart with starting them off in a large enclosure to begin with. But yeah, we'll see. All right. These back. All right. Here are my Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. No, not tarsalis. Vallida from Vietnam. They're significantly larger than tarsalis. They're damn near Magnifica sized, but they're black, big black Pseudoglomerus. Gotta love it. See if I can find one to pull out here. Come to pet it. I would like to show one off, but they're not very. This way. Hey, come on. There we go. And this one's not my largest female. There's a larger one in here. I don't even know if this one's an adult. It might be subadult, but for a black Pseudoglomerus, this is pretty freaking big. This is almost Magnifica sized. The camera is making it look a little smaller than it really is, but really nice, decent sized Pseudoglomerus, smooth, black and shiny. And again, I have a female that's a little bit bigger than this one, but that female is not playing easy to get right now. Yeah, these guys are really cool. And another species that I'm the only one in the US with at the moment, but hopefully that will change soon because I'm pretty sure I have several adult females now and some adult males too, so should be babies in the near future. I would be surprised and disappointed if they failed to breed because seems like their care is just like that of Pseudomonas tarsalis. Perhaps just a bit slower growing, but that's it. So should breed fairly easily in the setup that I have them in. So yeah, fingers crossed for reproduction soon. I can start making them available and all that good stuff. Sorry. Big satchel. You saw that old roach forum post of someone threw some into a feeder colony and nearly wiped out the roaches. I have not seen that post. That sounds accurate. I have in my Archimandrita tessellata colony somehow some Euborrelia annulipes got in there. They're not bothering the roaches in the slightest. They would probably bother a smaller roach species a lot, but the Archimandrita are so big that even baby Archimandrita aren't being targeted by the Euborrelia. And again, it's Euborrelia annulipes, which is a smaller species, not Euborrelia arcanum. Those might cause some problems, but the annulipes are doing fine. But Labradura, yeah, those would probably destroy, probably even Archimandrita, because they would just eat the babies as soon as they're born. And an adult Labradura could probably take down a baby, maybe even like a second instar Archimandrita. So yeah, those would do some damage. Although that they threw some into a feeder, and in order for them to nearly wipe out the roaches, I would imagine that they were breeding pretty well communally in that setup. So that does point to being able to breed them communally as long as you have enough food for them. So that's good to know. All right. Let's see. I had to revamp some of my pseudophilodromid enclosures recently, because the ventilation I had for them previously, which here I'll showcase in a sec, it was inadequate, I fear, especially during the summer. They didn't really do so well because there wasn't enough humidity, so not enough ventilation. So previously, the ventilation that I had for most of my pseudophilodromids was lid ventilation. It is only lid ventilation, but I had just poked. Let me see if I take this. I just poked a bunch of holes in the top and covered it up with paper towel. Which this is what I'm still doing for like my pseudoscorpions. They're not as picky, but the roaches didn't really like that. There wasn't enough ventilation for them. I don't think I was having some fungal issues and stuff over the past several months. So instead, now I have replaced it with micromesh. Yay! And seems to be working better already. So I can afford to spray them a bit more, get them that humidity they need, but then the enclosure will dry out a little bit in between sprayings, enough to where they're not stagnant. So yeah, hopefully that will help revamp most of my pseudophilodromids that kind of dwindled down over the summer. These guys I fed yesterday. These guys could use a feeding, actually. Yeah. Actually. These are my Rhabdoblada and Paratrix. Their enclosure has also become my main source of tropical pinks to feed to my pseudoscorpions lately, because there's just so many springtails in here for some reason. Just make sure there's none. Alright, so these are the Chilifer canceroides from Utah. And we're just gonna dump in a bunch of tropical pinks. Yeah, nice. Springtails are like the most preferred food source for the chiliferid pseudoscorpions. Trinetid pseudoscorpions seems like a mix of springtails, mites, and in the case of larger trinetids, they'll even attack like microroaches. What's the other group? I don't know what group they're in actually, but the Paratemnoides nidificator that I have, they only eat microroaches. They will not touch springtails or mites. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough springtails. And then I don't really have any other groups of pseudoscorpions to pull from experience with at the moment. But yeah, those two groups have pretty different dietary requirements. Here, might as well. Could be the first time these appear on a live stream, at least west of China. These are... No! Okay. These are Rhabdoblada imperatrix. They're not very cooperative on camera, but these are big. These are subadults to possibly pre-subs. They're pretty big already, like 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches. Large, and the adults are very pretty. Yeah, I have a feeling these are only pre-subs because the wing pads don't look that big yet. Like the thoracic pads, I mean, that turn into wings. And they have pretty long wings as adults, so I'm thinking these are still pre-subs. And they're huge. For pre-sub adults, Rhabdoblada, my God, these are big. So the adults are going to be dang near Blabberus sized. So that's pretty crazy. Yeah, these guys are doing very well. There's a lot of... Get this old dog food out of there. Yeah, these guys are doing well. I am not giving them a diapause. I do not think this strain needs it. They come from a relatively warm part of China. And the thing is, I don't think that they like it that warm during the summer. They come from an area that basically doesn't get that warm during the summer, but also doesn't get that cold during the winter. So basically like 70 to 75 Fahrenheit is what I'm keeping them at year-round, and they should probably do well at that. They have done well so far. They've not halted growth or anything like what I would expect something that needs a diapause to have already done by now. So they're chugging right along and growing at a pretty decent rate. So I'm thinking they don't need one, and I will hopefully have adults within the next few months. And then hopefully from there, breeding them will be easy. So yeah, pretty cool. But that should be it for getting the pseudoscorpions fed. So I'll put these guys back in the closet. Alrighty, what do we got here? I gotta get some micro mesh when I set up my harlequins. Initially I used mesh that I didn't realize was too big and let the tiny nymphs escape, so there's harlequins and like a dozen other roachmans. Yikes, Satchel, that sounds rough. Yeah, if it's any consolation, I don't really think there'll be much of a problem in most other bins. At the very least, they should be easy to remove before they start breeding and other things, but yeah, that sounds rough. That sounds like me with my Compsodies, except the Compsodies do breed in like everything and can cause problems. So that's annoying. Bidger, hey, nice to see you here. Glad you found my channel. It's actually cool to see more epilamprids in culture. I agree. Although technically these are rhabdoblattids now. Epilamprids are restricted. That family has now been restricted to the New World genre. So the only epilamprids we have in culture are Epilampra so yeah, but rhabdoblattids though, former epilamprids. Yeah, definitely a group that needs more love. My rustica are doing pretty well. I've got a lot of adults now, so I'm hoping those start breeding soon. My Pistoplatia orientalis have started breeding. My Decoralampa fulgentii are doing okay, though I think that colony came with an entomophagus fungus. Not necessarily a fatal one, but it's a little bit annoying. So those I'm a little worried about those crashing out. I don't know if it's an entomophagus. I still don't know if it's an entomophagus fungus that's just killing them after they're dead, or and they're just finicky and some have random die-offs, or if it is truly an entomophagus fungus, but not one of the like deadly ones. But those I'm keeping a little bit of an eye on at the moment. So we'll see. But I heard they're still breeding though. Kyle's bred as well too recently, so those should be sitting pretty here in the U.S. And I've distributed them when the colony was seemingly healthy. I've distributed them to several people by now. Some of those people have told me that theirs started breeding too, so seems like they'll be fine here. So yeah, not too concerned about those at the moment, but it's still definitely a very underrated family that I would like to see more species being kept of. So hopefully these Emperatrix do well for me and I can start distributing those around, because I think people would really like a very large epilamprid or rhabdoblatted. I would really love Morphna too. Morphna dotata. Those would be really cool. Or Morphnodes Goliath. Those would be really neat as well. Hey, look. Yeah. Extinct in the Wild. The Simondoa roach on the Save the Simondoa shirt. Eh? Look at that. I am saving them by keeping them from extinction. I was watching your early morning cleanings. I didn't know you did live streams. Well, those are live streams. Yeah. Well, yeah. Do I know anyone who has Analectomethanoides? Kyle has them. He's probably the last person in the U.S. who does have them. And his were on the verge of collapse, but he tells me that they are doing better for him recently. So hopefully I'm going to try to get those off of him again when his colony recovers. And we'll see. Yeah, those used to do so well for me, but those are one of those species that recently I tried breeding again and could not get them to breed for the life of me. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but hopefully Kyle's recover and then I can get them off of him again and try breeding them, hopefully with more success. Yeah. I feel like it's been a while since my Simondoa bred for me. I'm getting a little concerned. Just a little bit. As one tries to make its way out of their enclosure. They do not like being grabbed. That one kind of pooped all over me. Yeah. Okay, they got fruit. I'll give them a little bit more apple. It's been a while since these guys are... I don't really know what humidity levels they want, to be quite honest. I've been keeping them like semi-humid. I don't know if they want me to keep them more humid or more dry. I'm a little confused. Yeah, I don't know. If anyone here has Semendoa, has any advice on their preferred humidity levels, let me know. I'll take it into consideration with how I have mine set up. Got rid of them before I got a good barrier. I assume you're talking about the whatchamacallits, the Analacta, which yeah. Moist sub but with high ventilation. Okay. Maybe I'll spray mine a little bit more. Mine have pretty good ventilation. I might need to just keep them a little bit more on the moist side. That's how you missed your Semendoa. Yeah. But it's hard to gauge how humid they actually are being kept though, because like the substrate of mine's like pretty dry on the top layer right now. But that should do it. Plus my ambient humidity's lower too, so. These. Wait, are they still kicking? Yeah. Perfect. Toss in some micro roaches that I took out of a different enclosure into my Paratemnoides nidificator colony, which is these are the communal pseudoscorpions, the really communal pseudoscorpions. The won't eat anything else besides micro roaches and will even starve before cannibalizing pseudoscorpions. Those guys are these are really cool. I like them a lot. Minima. I'll take out a couple pieces. Alright, what do we got? The dendrochurns. Probably need more springtails for these two. These are really cute. I'm not even gonna be able to get them on camera. Probably. You might actually be able to see. You see that tiny dot? That's a pseudoscorpion. That's an adult pseudoscorpion. That's a Dendrochurns species Union Trails, Florida, which are a really neat little, somewhat colorful species from Florida that I got from Carlos. Unfortunately, he packed them in his normal isopod cups, but the ventilation in the isopod cups was big enough for these to get out of, so they were just loose in the box. And yeah, so there weren't as many as I had originally hoped for in that said box that were still alive. But I think there's at least one or two females and a couple males, so should be able to breed them. But yeah, it's a precarious start to this culture, but hopefully they do well. Very cute, very tiny species, but very cute. I think they need more springtails today, though, so kind of tapped out those Imperatrix. Let's see. which I have finally set up an enclosure specifically for culturing mass quantities of Coecobria, but it's still in its early stages of the colony, so we'll see. But eventually, that colony should be big enough for me to consistently feed out of for all my springtails and my springtails, for my pseudoscorpions and harvestmen and stuff that pretty much exclusively eat springtails. So also started a clean culture, and a hopefully contamination-proof setup for the Pseudocinella violenta. So hopefully I'll have a culture of those big enough to feed off of soon. So that way I can really pump my pseudoscorpion and harvestman cultures full of springtails, really pump up production, and as a result get a lot more species more commercially available, because there's a big demand for pseudoscorpions, like really big demand. But breeding pseudoscorpions in quantities large enough to sell from is actually pretty labor intensive, because you can keep them pretty much all communally, but to an extent. And if they run out of food for even like a few days, like they just start cannibalizing mostly their offspring. So it's a bit annoying. But if I can get to the point where I have a lot of springtail cultures of a very prolific species, hardy prolific species, and I'm able to just slam them down into those enclosures, then I should have no problem getting more of them commercially available to fill that need that people have. Oh, wait, hold on. Forgot. Give these guys some fruit. Need to learn pseudoscorpions, yeah. They're easy. They're not too difficult. They need a humidity gradient. They need decent ventilation, and then again, if you want to breed them in numbers where you can actually start splitting cultures off, right? You need to keep them absolutely topped off on food, and a lot of the times, at least for the species that I have, that food is springtails. So. Keeping a little culture for yourself is not that intensive, but it's the breeding them in numbers large enough to sell from regularly that's more of a labor intensive, So not even labor intensive, just resource intensive with the springtails, because a colony of chiliferids will go through 100 to 200 springtails in a few days. They eat a lot. They eat a lot. So trinetids eat springtails at a slower rate, because they also eat orbated mites, and again, some of the larger species will feed on micro roaches and stuff. So those are not quite as annoying. And then the paratemnoides communally feed on roaches that they can take, or other invertebrates that they can take down that are fairly large in comparison to their body size. So roaches are usually best. I won't even touch springtails. Yeah, those are easier to breed in commercially available numbers, I guess, because they don't cannibalize each other. And I have micro roaches up the wazoo too, so there's no bottleneck there in terms of food availability or their cannibalism tendencies. So yeah, those are much easier. Those, though, the reason I haven't had them available is because I didn't realize they would only eat roaches when I first kept them, and I started with 20 and dwindled down to 4 or 5 before I realized, oh, they're just starving. They're not eating anything I'm giving them. And then I started feeding them roaches, and that worked. So now they're building back up pretty well. Hopefully this year I'll actually be able to split off some cultures. But yeah, those guys, I almost destroyed them. So yeah. Actually, yeah. Speaking of things I almost destroyed this year, Chorshiniora Perishi. They were doing so well. I had like hundreds this year, and then sprayed them too much one week in the summer when the humidity was already high, and they all, like most of them died. But there's still like a couple dozen in here. I think there must have been like an adult pair in here fairly recently because I'm seeing a lot of babies, hatchlings. So they're good. They're on the up and up, but kind of sucks. I went from having like a whole bunch of them to like almost nothing overnight. So these guys, a little bit of a pain, but they are coming back. And again, these guys are one that I recently improved the ventilation on, so I don't anticipate having too much of an issue getting them back to their former glory by summer. So yeah, there's a good amount of babies. Adult male there. A couple of adult males. I don't see any adult females, but there must be at least one in here because there's some actual like hatchlings in here at the moment. Yeah, so these will be backing up and going pretty soon. Hopefully this year someone will actually buy some from me because I think besides me and Kyle, no one else has those. So kind of a species that needs some safeguarding. All right. These are my Pseudoglomerus magnifica Quoc Fwang, which I recently downhoused to a smaller enclosure because, first of all, their previous setup had too many Compsodies getting in there, and I think I started with too few individuals in a 5-gallon enclosure because they were not, the Elite effect wasn't kicking in. There are too few of them, so I think I need more of these. To be honest, I'm gonna hopefully get some more from Kyle come springtime, about like 20 to 30 more, because I traded him. I had an adult trio of Grumpfordina obligonota from him that were not doing anything for me, and he really wanted those back badly because his are not doing well for him, so I traded those back for an IOU for more Quoc Fwangs come springtime when his are breeding again. And, one of the males is being really flighty right now. Really flighty. Yeah, like I got several adult females and some of them look really gravid, but just not really doing anything for me compared to my other Magnifica colonies that are doing okay. And I really do think just the Elite effect plays a big part in establishing healthy colonies of this species. So I just want to get a bunch of them and start off. Get a bunch of them, and if these guys have or haven't bred yet, I'll move them all to another 5-gallon. This time with micro mesh ventilation, so no Compsodies can get in, and just hopefully they'll do better. Behijager. The species that needs to be in more hands, Chorshiniora Perishi. Which, like, if you're up to the task, especially if you're going to be sending me more Quoc Fwangs, which would be really nice of you, I would really appreciate. If you want Perishi, next time I have them, I can just send you a culture of those. Because yeah, we really do need more people keeping them, and yeah, they're one of those species. They're not even that. They're kind of difficult. They're not very difficult to set up. It's just if you screw up like with the humidity, especially um, for even a little bit, it can have some disastrous results. But I think as equally to blame for the humidity issue was the lack of ventilation that I had them with, or the poor ventilation that I had given them, compounded with the high humidity. I think if I had given them more ventilation, I could have gotten away with soaking them a little bit too much, and their enclosure would have dried out faster. They wouldn't have had such stagnant, wet air humidity, you know. So that's why I think the Chorschinera parachute didn't. That's why they crashed a bit for me, but they're doing well again. So yeah, if you want them, let me know. I can send you some once they get going again. Probably probably by spring, I would say there should be a big boom. And yeah, if you have more cook fongs, I would like to boost my numbers a bit more and finally get them going. Yeah, so yeah, just let me know. And you're ordering from me again. Cool. All right. What else? More pseudoscorpions. I just fed these yesterday. I seem to be doing good. I think I missed them a little bit. Those are good. Neobatella tersa. Nice. Which, speaking of Neobatella, though, I don't know if any of y'all watch Kyle's streams, but he had been bemoaning the apparent loss of the Neobatella species Miramar, Florida. Because his colony crashed and like my colony crashed at the same time. I think Alan's died off for him. Like no one has them. But he had, I think, 2 nymphs left, 2 or 3, and I had a single female nymph left. So I sent her to him, and with those like combined 3 or 4 individuals, I believe he said that they have started breeding for him. So hopefully that strain will be saved, and could get those back up and running in the U.S. hobby again. Not that they were ever really in the hobby. Like no one ever bought them from me when I had them available. I don't think anyone bought them from Kyle. It was really just me, Kyle, and Alan that ever had them going. Maybe Satchel, maybe Junior. But in any case, Kyle's colony should be on the up and up, and then once his get going, I'll get some from him, and those should be good. He collected. Oh, you did collect more. Nice. That's good. Glad to hear that. Weird that he didn't mention that he got more from you guys. He was just like, oh yeah, my colony from those 3 nymphs is starting to breed again. So, but I mean, if he got refreshers, then and Alan got some too, then those are gonna be fine. Well, that's nice. And then I hear Alan got the Euthlastoblatta species, the undescribed one that's not the Everlaid species. So that's cool. Hopefully he breeds those, because I want some of those as well. Dorlea or Orini have also not bred at all. it's like all my females got very. That one looks fine. I don't know. I feel like some of my females got like slight prolapses shortly after maturing, which was weird. And then the ones that don't seem to have prolapses also just aren't producing any ooth at all. I don't know why. I'm keeping them really swampy. That's supposed to be what this species likes, but yeah, none of these ever ended up doing anything. However, I believe Kyle sent these to me, and along with them, along with the roaches, there must have been a single what's the name? Negruus cristata or cristatus, the dwarf gray isopods, which is a parthenogenetic species, or at least the strain we have in the hobby is a parthenogenetic line. Those have been popping off in here. So I got a healthy colony of Negruus cristatus in here, but the Dorale or Rini have not bred, so that's kind of lame. I'm going to have to get those again at some point. Episymplos morsi. No, not morsi. Episymplos syndaica. Just chilling. These guys pretty much indestructible. Easy peasy. Okay. Some water here. Okay, ooh, a lot of chat going on here. Something great. I'm gonna get those boxes. It was Tyranno something. Or another pseudoscorpion. Dino Cheers, you mean? Like dinosaur, like Dino Cheers, Tyranno something. Which yeah, those are really cool. A lot of what Alan collected were nymphs though, and whereas the second Neoblatella species present at the site. So it's unclear exactly how many Miramar he got. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Behigager. I'll send you Orini too. Oh, cool. That'd be cool. Yeah, because I do need refreshers of Orini. Major WD. Hello. Thanks for popping in. What are these? These are... Oh, yeah. Here, I can actually show these off. One of them would like to come out. How pretty. Stuffed in their roll here. Come on. Alright, here we go. This is one of those black, although I wouldn't... It's really dark brown. More than black, I would say, but essentially black / dark brown. Grumpfordina portentosa Masawala. Just completely dark. I got a male and 2 females that are dark like this, so hopefully I can get whatever that is isolated out into a colony of its own, because that'd be pretty cool, I think. Yeah, so those, hopefully I can get breeding true. They'll breed, I just don't know if they'll breed true. These are the quote-unquote black tigers, which are not tigers. They may be hybrids of tigers at some point. They may have been tigers crossed with something else, probably Portentosa. Kyle thinks they might be pure Portentosa, but I don't think that either because they have a weird, like more slender morphology going on. I don't really know what they are because it might be like probably just like Princessias mixed with Princessias of some sort mixed with Portentosa. It is weird how slender they are though. But whatever they are, they're not. These are not pure Portentosa in my opinion. They're really weird. They almost look more like a mix of like Elliptorina and Grumfordorina more than Princessia, but they're not tigers. They're not tigers. They're not probably not pure anything. I only have them because it's like an old traced line. So whatever they are, they're kind of what would you call it? Like culturally significant to the hobby, but whatever they are, they're probably mutts. So I'm just labeling them as Grumfordorini species black. Might even call them black hybrids because I'm almost positive they're hybrids. Genetic analysis would be nice, but I'm almost positive they're hybrids. And definitely not calling them black tigers because that's just a stupid name that has no relevance because they're not black tigers. They're not tiger hissers. They're not black. They're not the black form of tiger hissers. They're hybrids. They maybe once were tigers crossed with something else, but then they're not pure tigers anymore. So that's a dumb thing to call them. And black tiger by itself means nothing. This Black Panther, that makes more sense. That's a thing that exists. That's the name for really any big cat that's melanistic. But a black tiger, I don't even know if there's got to have been melanistic tigers at some point. But I think would those not still be called Black Panthers technically? At the very least, black tiger. I've never heard the term black tiger extend to anything other than these hissers that were supposedly tiger hissers, but are not. So that name means nothing. So I'm calling them Grumfordorini species black and selling them as probable hybrids. Yeah, so they are breeding well for me now. So probably start offering them soon. But yeah, I have a disdain for the name. The strain name is dumb. So I'm not calling them black tigers. Pseudo tyranno. Let me get these fed, and then I'm gonna look at that name. I'm gonna look up that name because I never heard of whatever that is before. Is that a pseudoscorpion? I'm gonna get welts on my hand from that thing crawling up my arm. All right. Pseudo tyranno xonius. All right, I'm. How do I copy that? Google. Let me copy. Let me Google that real quick. Google did not. Oh wait, hold on. That did not show. That did not turn up anything on Google. Sadly. I don't know if it's spelled incorrectly or if Google just has no record of whatever that is. Sounds cool though. Pseudo tyranno. I'm from the CTHONIUS. It does bring to mind the Xonidae. CTH. No, I think NODIID. No, I spelled it wrong. Yeah, hold on. Whatever. There's a pseudoscorpion family that's spelled somewhat similarly. So I assume it is the pseudoscorpion you were talking about. But yeah, I would. Whatever those are, sound cool. I hope you can get them. new pseudoscorpions are always a plus for me. I'm always looking for new pseudoscorpion species in the hobby. There's the depressingly small amount. I don't know how many species Will has. I'm sorry, Will. I don't know how to say your last name. Semojin? Kyle's friend Will with the pseudoscorpion. Pseudoscorpion Will. You people know him. Some of you know him. He's like the pseudoscorpion expert in the hobby. And I've gotten a few species off of him. And I don't know how many he keeps. How many species he maintains on a regular basis. I kind of want to ask him. But certainly I think I'm probably second to him in terms of numbers of pseudoscorpion species kept. Because, and I mean, that's not saying a lot, because most people don't keep pseudoscorpions, and those that do only have like 1 or 2 species. So that's really not saying a lot. But I think I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. I have the Trinetid, Dinochirus, Chiliferid, Chelifer, Paratemnoides, Dendrochurnes. I think that's it. I think that's 8 species of breedable populations of pseudoscorpions. I have kept other pseudoscorpions in the past too, and technically I have an Idaho species of pseudoscorpion, but mine are all females and are not mated, so they're not doing anything. Yeah, so I have 8 breeding colonies of pseudoscorpions at the moment. 8 different species. I think that's the most of anyone besides maybe Will. Will probably has more. Or if he doesn't, Semojaden. Semojaden? Is that how it said? Semojaden? I'm probably butchering it. I'm sorry, Will, if you ever watch this. But yeah, he probably has more pseudoscorpion species than I do. Or at the very least, if he doesn't have more, he's probably had more. He definitely knows more about them than I do, for sure. But he... yeah, I would like to get more species, though. I would like to get as many species of pseudoscorpions as I possibly could. It's a really cool, underrated arachnid group, and not too difficult to breed. Most of them, most of the ones I've kept. As long as you keep them topped off on their food, give them enough surface area, give them a humidity gradient, most of them tend to do pretty well. So I'm always on the prowl for new pseudoscorpion species. I really need to catch more of the local ones, but it's really hard to find the ones that are native here. Like, they're really hard to find. It's not easy. Their habitats are either very few and far between, or the microhabitats they really like are few and far between. It sucks. I caught a really neat pair of, I think, Trinetids, really long, ground-dwelling, skinny Trinetids that unfortunately I had before I really knew what I was doing with pseudoscorpions, and they did not take off. And I've gone back to the spot where I found them multiple times, and I've not been able to find them again. But if I ever do, those would be really, really cool species to breed. So I'll keep my eyes peeled for sure for the native ones here. But yeah, So I don't know if you guys can see, but having a bit of a surge in Pyralis moth numbers in my collection, which is kind of weird. Because I'll go years without any Pyralis in my collection at all. And then there'll be times where, like right now, there's just like almost every enclosure I open, like one or two of those moths flies out at me. And it's just kind of annoying because I'm wearing the headlamp and they go towards the light, and so they're flying in my face. And it's not great. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is with I don't even know where they came from. But I mean, outside probably, you know, they're here, they're out here in Idaho. So but yeah, they're having a bit of a surge in my collection. They don't really bother anything I keep, so it doesn't bother me, other than the fact that they fly in my face when I have the headlamp on. So yeah, that's just kind of weird. All right. Gynolorida. These are Gynolorida yellows from Satchel's line, which I'm getting more of from Satchel himself this week. Yeah, I got some from Tennyson, but the sex ratio to age ratio is not very conducive to starting a colony from the group I got. It's like a bunch of large male nymphs, but no large female nymphs. So I'll get more from Satchel just to secure a colony of them. Yeah, these guys are cool. And Satchel's line seems to have some really nice yellows to them. So it's pretty nice, crisp yellow. So excited to get those breeding. Where Alrighty. So one of the reasons I don't really do these live streams that often is because I'm not that efficient when I'm talking. So I'm probably not even going to get through the whole roach rack today. But I have a 5-day weekend, so I can afford to take longer to do maintenance today because I'll just catch up with it tomorrow instead of having to go to work tomorrow like I normally do. So that's why today I was able to stream. But yeah, sorry for the lack of streams. I know some people have been asking me to stream more frequently, and I wish I could, but my job makes it very hard to do that. And so I'm always on a time crunch with getting maintenance done, getting packing and maintenance done on my weekends. So yeah, I probably won't do much live streams until I drop down to part-time at Walmart, which hopefully I'll be able to do in the not so distant future. But yeah, it is what it is. Gotta keep my nose to that grindstone, I'm just gonna leave it that-ish. And these. All right. Here we have one of my personal favorites. Are you considering working for Kyle? I was and still kind of am, but the logistics of me moving to Michigan have become less favorable. So I don't know if I'd be able to take him up on that offer if he did offer it. So not now, maybe late, maybe, not in the immediate future, but maybe in the future. Because with how big his collection's getting, I'm sure he'll probably eventually need more than one employee. So we'll see. Not ruling anything out completely, but yeah, it just seems a bit unlikely at the moment. Moving out of Idaho is unlikely at the moment, which is kind of depressing. But it came from Peter Clausen way back in the day, the yellow Loretta. That's good to know. I assume he would have gotten them from Oren, probably. So that's probably how far back that line goes. These, one of my new personal favorites, the Euchordia dasytoides, Forma zonata, Taiwan. There's a lot of different populations of dasytoides. This is one of the technically a bit smaller than mainland dasytoides can get, but prettier than a lot of the mainland localities, in my opinion. Tonkinensis is an exception. Tonkinensis is one of the mainland China populations of dasytoides. Those are really pretty. Maybe even prettier than zonata. But zonata is like probably the most iconic Euchordia. Like if you look up Euchordia online, if you looked up Euchordia online before we started getting like Yasumatsui and like forceps and stuff in the hobby, if you just looked up Euchordia, dasytoides would be the one that dasytoides, probably the zonata population, is what would pop up on Google. And now I'm actually kind of interested. I'm going to look up Euchordia. I'm just going to look up Euchordia. I don't know why my caps lock is on. Okay, yeah. So if I look up Euchordia now, the first image that pops up is Martino's, the Wild Martins, Euchordia Westwoodi picture. Yeah, so, but dasytoides, possibly the zonata population, is the fourth image that pops up. It used to be, though, that the dasytoides was really the only Euchordia that pictures existed of online for a while. So at least back in the day, those were like the iconic Euchordia species. And we had them in the U.S. for a short amount of time, and then they died out here. But we got them again recently. Europe got them again. Then I got them. And now the U.S. in general will got them soon. But yeah, these guys doing pretty well. I did not have to give them a diapause, although I will probably give them a diapause going on into the future, just because diapause seems to help sync up the sexes of Euchordia better, and I almost had an issue with these guys with my females maturing before my males, and it was getting to the point I was pretty concerned I was not going to have any females left by the time the males started maturing. Thankfully, that was not the case. The males did mature all like at once, along with a couple other new females. So I think only like one or two females went unmated. The rest have been mated, and I've started finding hatchlings. So they're breeding. Hopefully, they'll be breeding in enough numbers to distribute these around the hobby here this generation, hopefully. But it's going to come down to how many of those females were actually mated and how many ooths they produced that were viable. So we're going to see. I mean, it looks like there's still females in here alive and pumping out ooths regularly. So I would hope that there's going to be enough babies produced this generation for me to start parting with some. But, no promises. Let me give them a little bit of this. Yeah, these guys are doing great, and I'm happy about that. Now, the only eukaryoidea I have that's not doing well for me is forceps. I might need to get more forceps. But other than those, all the other eukaryoidea are doing great. So I finally got those all sorted out. I just need to work on forceps a bit. And then I need to get some more eukaryoidea. There's some more in culture in China and some other parts of the world, so time for me to start expanding my collection. Alright. But yeah, I'm happy with the variety of eukaryoidea we have in the US already. It's pretty phenomenal compared to what it used to be back in the day when eukaryoidea was kind of a pipe dream back in the day. It's like, oh man, I hope these enter the hobby one day. And now we got them. And it's great. Maybe set it a little bit more. These are really cool. These, let me even show it on camera. Okay, here's one. This little brown guy is a Pargoblada deserte. These guys are so cool. It's one of the rarest Pargoblada species, period. And I got a starter colony from Kyle not too long ago. And so far, so good. They're doing well. They're still nymphs, obviously. But they seem to like the conditions I've given them. Which is a mostly dry setup with a moist corner. And, typical Pargoblada fare, dog food, a little bit of apple sometimes. But, yeah, these guys, really cool. Just in their rarity and this, plus their care is kind of different. It's almost more like keeping a Spanish Porcello than it is like a typical Pargoblada. So, yeah, they're pretty cool. Really glad to have some. I've wanted them for years and finally have the chance to work with them, so hopefully they do well for me. Alright, here we go. Ba-ba-ba. Decitoides. Oh yeah, Decitoides. Hey, another live stream. Hi, Danny. Just got Ling Long from Canada. Last auction is 65 degrees. Cold enough for diapause, and if so, for how long? 65 degrees should be cold enough. Again, Kyle breeds his without a diapause, which, I guess you can do. Personally, I think it's better for syncing up the sexes to give them a diapause, because eukaryoidea have a bit of an issue where if you don't give them a diapause, they'll mature at pretty staggered rates. And so you might end up with all your males maturing before your females or vice versa. And then you don't breed them and you paid, possibly a lot of money for, a colony that just dies out before it even starts breeding. So I recommend a diapause just because it's a pretty surefire way to ensure they grow at a more synchronized rate. 65 degrees should be cold enough for these. They don't need super cold temps. It's just a temperate Chinese species, so it doesn't get very frigid where they live, but it drops enough to where they kind of slow down in growth a bit. I put mine in diapause for 3 months. About 3 months is the average diapause requirement time. I usually start my diapauses on Halloween and end on Valentine's Day, just because that's easy to remember. It's about the 3-month period. It's easy to remember. You just holiday to holiday, right? So yeah. Is there eukaryoidea that doesn't need or significantly benefit from a diapause at all. Some might say Yasumatsui. But Yasumatsui, I've had a lot of issues with the adults not emerging at proper rates for breeding. So I've been giving mine a diapause, and I'm going to take them out of diapause, this spring, February. And if they all of a sudden explode in numbers, I'm going to stand by my opinion that a diapause is only a benefit for Euchordia. And again, they might not need it, but it definitely helps. So, yeah, I mean, technically, okay, so Japan does get a little cold in the winter. So that's why Yasumatsui might still benefit from one. Euchordia maxwelli and maybe Euchordia ornata are two species I can think of that occur, because Euchordia maxwelli occurs in Malaysia, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't really ever get cold there anywhere. So that might be a species that doesn't benefit from a diapause at all. Euchordia ornata is an Indian species. Again, I don't really think I think they're from like southern India. I don't think it gets cold there at all, enough to where a diapause would actually do anything for them. So that might be another species. Neither of those are in culture, so that doesn't really help your question. But I'm just thinking off the top of my head of species. Basically, all the species we have in the hobby come from areas where it does get a little cold during the winter. Not necessarily freezing, but cooler. Cooler and drier. So some things do have a little bit of a pause in their growth, during that time. And I think because Euchordia forceps comes from Vietnam. And I know in some places in Vietnam it does get cooler. And my experience seems to suggest that they would benefit from a diapause as well. So, yeah, so I think all the hobby species benefit from a diapause, but might not. Some of them clearly probably don't need it, but it makes things easier. So, yeah, we don't have any of those truly tropical species in the hobby yet. How cold is too cold? I would say anything below 50, you're probably pushing it. Probably. Because realistically, even if it gets to like the 40s in their habitat, they're underground, so they're a little bit more insulated from the cold. So I would say anything below 50, you're kind of pushing it. Preferably low 60s is what I would recommend for like the safest. Like high 50s to low 60s is what I recommend. Because they're not from truly frigid areas. Just areas where it gets pretty cool. Like could compare it to like what? Northern Florida, maybe Alabama. Those more southern states where it doesn't, it might snow every now and then even, but it's not typically very, very cold during the winter. No Pennsylvania or Idaho, So, yeah. That's what I would recommend. What's next? Okay. And also, hello, Jordan S. Tell that to the weather this week. Ah, yeah. Well, the East got hit with a bit of a cold spell, I hear. But that's not like typical, is it, really? Or maybe it is. I don't know. I don't live in Alabama. I just remember it not being very cold in even like northern Florida when I lived there for a bit. Nice. He's got finally isolated out a culture of the Aranavaga species Swaharita small, because the Kyle's Aranavaga species Swaharita strain, whatever locality mix that he has, is a mix of two species. There's Erratica in there, and then there's also this smaller species that I don't know what they are. Possibly genitalis, but I don't think so. But yeah, I got those. I've had the Erratica Swaharita isolated for a while now, but finally just got the smalls isolated to their own enclosure. And then I still have an enclosure that's just a mix of the two, which I'll probably start selling from. But again, as advertised as a mix of two species, because that's what it is. What I got here are pretty cool. I'm not going to be able to show them off on camera, but I have a blog post about these and some other roaches coming out soon. But these are white-eyed Eurycotis improcera. Because my Eurycotis improcera colony started throwing out individuals with white eyes. And it should be the simple recessive gene. I've isolated out like 10 individuals that I could find to their own setup. Should be able to isolate it within a generation. And it'll be my first roach morph isolation. Or at the very, the first roach morph that I will have I guess technically I isolated the black big blacks before these. So the second roach morph that I will have isolated. And the first time that this morph has been isolated in the species. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. Eurycotis improcera is a very underrated species, by the way. Like, more people should keep them. They're really pretty. But a white-eyed morph of them is even cooler. So I'm getting very self-conscious because watching myself on this screen is making me aware of how poor my posture is when I'm doing maintenance. I normally stand up straighter, okay? But as I'm sitting here looking over enclosures, I'm like crouched over like a little golem. And yeah, that's probably not great. Oh, my precious. Looking forward to them, I suppose. We'll keep an eye open. Yeah, well, technically, you're getting some from my colony that has been throwing out white eyes, so they have those genetics present. So you might get some next generation popping up. I'm going to attribute it to the rampant inbreeding in my colony because I started with a small amount of individuals, right, from an already inbred population of a roach in captivity. Because like most roaches, they were only ever imported once from the wild. So started with a small amount, bred them, sold a bunch off, almost crashed my colony due to how few I had left. Then those bred from a few, maybe like a couple pairs. And then I think the same thing happened again the next generation. I sold too heavily from them. And then they bottlenecked them even further. And then now they're doing well. Now they're exploding more than they ever have. And now all of a sudden the white eyes have started popping up. So pretty cool. Eurycotis seem to be prone to boom and bust cycles in general. That is true. Although I can definitely attribute those busts to just selling too heavily from them. It'd be like as soon as I got ooze hatching, I'm like, buy them, people, buy them. And I push them pretty heavily because it's an underrated species I want more people to keep in general. And yet I still feel like I never see anyone keeping them. So I don't know where they go. Yeah, I'm thinking I should start doing the same. Maybe I'll do the same thing. I'll just keep isolating out like a pair per generation of like Eurycotis decipiens and starting cultures over and over again. Maybe I can get some white eyes popping up from those too. It's a nice little experiment I could try. Where did that go? Like a single Galapeltis pollen nymph outside of its enclosure. And now it's assassin bug food. Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. These are pretty cool. I like them. Some of them. And also some Compsotes, because of course. Yeah, these guys. These guys are pretty cool. Just a nice little black, fairly easy to breed Paris Farinate. Good, like, beginner species for those wanting to get into, like, Pseudoglomerus magnifica or some of the more finicky Paris Farinate in general. These are a nice starting step. Yeah, they're pretty nice. A little underrated in my opinion. Most roaches are, though, to be honest. I say that about a lot of things. Fact is, we need more roach keepers in general. We need like a roach hobby renaissance, like not a renaissance. I guess a renaissance for the roach hobby, but you know how the ice spot hobby had that huge boom. I feel like we could use that with roach keepers. Perhaps not to the incredible degree that ice spot hobby had, where you have all these toxic people entering the hobby. Excuse me. Be nice to have the numbers more akin to the ice spot hobby, but without the toxicity. Is that too much to ask? That would be nice. Yeah, it doesn't really feel, even though that roach hobby is eating better than it ever has. We have more variety than we've ever had before. And it doesn't feel like there's a lot of people sticking around anymore. Not a lot of, you have a lot of isopod, like, enthusiasts that are, like, crazy, like, collectors. They want everything, right? I feel like you don't really see that much of that anymore with the roach hobby. Not to the extent that some of the other hobbies have, where it's like people want to catch them all, It's kind of like less of that with the roach hobby. That kind of sucks. There's a lot more variety in the roach hobby than there is in isopods, I think, in terms of body morphology and patterning and stuff, and just care too. I guess maybe that's part of the reason why the icepod hobby is kind of more popular. It's like most species have pretty comparable setup types, The main thing that varies is like ventilation and humidity requirements, but for the most part, most isopods are kept pretty much in the same fashion. Whereas roaches can have way more wildly varying setup types, even between species in the same genus. So that could be a reason why they're less popular, maybe. But I feel like that adds more variety to your setups. It's not a bunch of things that are all the same. There's more variety, not just in the things you keep, but how you keep them too. As if it's more entertaining. Come to the conclusion I can't feasibly keep every species to myself, so I've been picky about when I keep this. I mean, yeah, you can't. I understand not a lot of people can keep hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of species. It's just, to me, it seems a little odd. Maybe not even odd, but I'm just kind of disappointed in the lack of people doing that in the roach hobby compared to the isopod hobby. There's a lot of people in the isopod hobby a lot more people in the isopod hobby that like have that collect them all mentality. Whereas there used to be more of those people in the roach hobby, but that was back when it was smaller. Nowadays, there's less. And that might be because the roach hobby was smaller. It was easier to have everything in the hobby back in the day. But still, I think there's more isopods in the hobby than roaches, and I still feel like there's more people keeping as many of those as they can compared to the roach hobby. So, I don't know. I feel like back in the day, there were a lot more of those collector types back in the roach hobby, and nowadays it seems to be a bit more of a selective crowd. You know, it's just the way it is, I guess. There's only like 5 or 6 people with collect them all roach collections, pretty much. Maybe even less than that. Maybe like 4 or 5. Like the ones that come to mind now. Brandon used to be one of those, but now he's not leaving the hobby, but he's minimizing his collection in favor of moving on to keeping plants, mostly more cacti now. So Brandon Maines more into plants now. But he still has an impressive invertebrate collection, but definitely not collect them all anymore. Now he only keeps his favorites. So there's Kyle, there's Alan, there's Junior, and there's me, sort of, although my roach collection's kind of pale in comparison to theirs because I have collect a lot mentality. I have the collect them all mentality in terms of like pet roaches, but the feeders I'm not really into. So technically most feeder species I don't own. And a lot of the more common pet species I don't have either, although that's slowly changing. But I'm more of the collect every rare, obscure, weird roach species. All the obscure ones, the less commonly kept, and more finicky ones. That's what I collect all of. But I only have like 180 something roach species, versus like what Kyle has, like almost 300. He has over 200 roaches, I think now. Roach Strange, so I think he has almost 300 or just over 300, which isn't that much more than I have, but it's still a significant amount more, I guess. So yeah, I've definitely not. I don't know if I would even put myself in the same category as like Kyle, Allen, Junior. Ty used to collect more, but now he's kind of toning down his roach and isopod collections in favor of focusing more on the scorpions and tarantulas and stuff that actually makes some money, which is fair. Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it? Kyle's numbers are only going to go up once he moves to the new facility. Well, in terms of invertebrates, yes. In terms of isopod, I mean, in terms of roaches, they can't really go that much higher because he has all the roaches he can have now. Like, when a bigger facility, he's not going to be able to keep. All of a sudden, he's going to get like 100 new roach species. There's not that many more to take to get. He has them all, basically. There's some that I have that he doesn't have, but he will have them once I'm able to spread them around. So just a waiting game, but not 100 more species than he does. So yeah, it's still going to be the bottleneck there is just new species entering the U.S. hobby period. So that's still a bit of a slow growth, but he will be able to keep more. Although I think that he would sacrifice space for all his other inverts if it meant he could have more roaches now anyway. So, but he'll have hopefully more success with some of the newer stuff, more finicky stuff. Although I feel like he already has decent success with what he had anyways. But yeah, the point is he'll have more space. He can definitely keep more. The bottleneck there is just entry of new species in the U.S. hobby, which is still kind of slow. But yeah, he will be able to keep more. I'm able to keep more. Just not as big of colonies and stuff, but still, I'm still getting more. Still getting more. Hopefully this spring. Fingers crossed, because fall really sucked. But hopefully this spring I'll be able to get a lot more new roach species for the hobby. So fingers crossed. Oh shoot, yeah, that'd be easy. But yeah, so what? 3, 4 people in the U.S. that have that collect them all mentality, and that's 4 if you couldn't include myself, which I don't know if I would. I would include myself if we were just talking about rare, new, finicky species. So that's my focus. Rare, new, obscure, finicky. That's my main jam. Yeah. All right. All right, what do we got here? I feel like I've missed some chats, so let's see. Cramax, did I catch you live? You sure did. Glad to hear they're doing. Oh wait. Mild here. There's usually at least 1 or 2 solid cold snaps every year. Yeah, that's fair. Uricotis, sexual perfumes, stick bugs. Isopod boom was a bit of a monkey's paw development in a lot of ways. No, yeah, I agree with that. Come to the conclusion. Have you done the Eustogastibuprestoides bin yet? Yes, I did. Behajager, I did. More towards the beginning of the video. Not that I was able to. I did try to show a male off live, but they're so small and the camera's not capturing the colors that wasn't that impressive to look at. There's so much now. Cramax, I realized some time ago that I prefer to focus on a smaller number of isopods rather than trying to collect them all. That's fair, and especially with you trying to stick to species that you can distribute legally with your permits. That's that alone limits your numbers quite a bit. But now you can focus more on those species, which is nice. Didn't limit myself to 1 animal room just to keep stuff manageable for me. It's already most of my bugs are in my room, but I have some in the closet out in the living room ish area. Because it's cooler there. That's where like most of my stuff in diapause is in. I have some stuff that needs really cold diapauses in the garage too. So yeah, it's spilling out of my room a little bit. Having to get really good at container Tetris. Yeah, I've been playing container Tetris for years. These new shelves have helped quite a bit. They've given me a lot more room, but they're starting to get full again. So I'm gonna have to get creative with how I position stuff. So you have tenebrionids. We're probably not going to get to those today. It's mostly roach maintenance today. Tenebrionid maintenance will be tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll live stream it. But most of my other live streams have been tenebrionids, so that that evens out. But these are Erratica swaharita, which again is only with 1 of 2 species in the Swaharita locality that Kyle collected. Which I've told him that twice now. I told him that once when I first received them. I'm like, oh hey, there's 2 different species in here. And then the other week I told him, I finally isolated out the small species in the Swaharita, and he's like, oh, there's 2 species in the Swaharita line. And I'm like, yeah, I told you this months ago. What are you talking about? So yeah, but yeah, anyone who has that line, the Swaharita line, just know there's 2 species in there. There were when Kyle collected them, so you might have only gotten like breedable numbers of one of those species. But yeah, it's a two species mix. It's a Erratica and then something else that we don't know what it is yet. Actually, I think I need to soak that one a little more. Not anyway. All right, these are the DOT light motto. All right. Ergala capucina in here. These are nice. These are the Burmese beetle mimics. I feel like these are pretty underrated in culture now. It used to be a hobby staple. Yeah, these are pretty cool. Nifty little guys. Theria Bernhardti, which I maintain is probably a different species than Pettiveriana. Hopefully I will get true Pettiveriana eventually. Been a bit unlucky when it comes to that, but hopefully next year. But yeah, these are the Bernhardti, the domino roach. True Pettiveriana are like noticeably smaller than these guys, and their spots tend to be a little bit less rectangular than in Bernhardti. Which Bernhardti do vary a little bit in terms of the spot shape. But in Pettiveriana, it's more consistently round, like in Regularis. Whereas Bernhardti, most of the time, it's kind of square spots. Plus, there's the underwing coloration differences, the size differences, probably genitalia differences, but no one's directly compared the two. I forget. I do know Bernhardti, the female's genitals were included in the analysis in the original description for that species. I don't know if they were compared to those of Pettiveriana. So, but yeah. Nuptialis, the not Nuptialis, the long-winged area that entered the hobby. Not in the U.S. yet. And those are actually probably an undescribed species. At first we thought they were Nuptialis. Then we thought they were Ereperta. And now it appears they do not match the descriptions for either species. So they're probably undescribed. But yeah, those, again, I kind of got unlucky with those. Trying to get those this year. Hopefully in the spring. Maybe I'll be able to get some. But yeah, those are making their way through the European and Asian hobby, so it's only a matter of time till they get here in the US. They'll probably be here next year, so we'll see. I really like these. These are. I probably should have shown them off before I sprayed this setup down, but let's see if there's enough. Not a lot there. Right up here. Let's show you. Yeah, these are the rubber bees, Cubaris species rubber bees. These are really cute. I like them a lot. Seem to breed pretty well, pretty consistently. Seem to just like a lot of humidity, high humidity, and a lot of ventilation. And they seem to do pretty well. Just get some of that dirt off the computer. Yeah, those are really nice though. Years ago, Kyle's Park about a Lotta colony ended up being a mix of Lotta and Fulvescent, so it's not a new development. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I would definitely probably take me well, I don't know. They are pretty different looking as adults, so yeah. Oh well, yeah, it happens. You collect a bunch of what looks like the same species as nymphs from one locality. You're gonna kind of assume they're the same species, especially since you would assume that two different species in the same genus would try to inhibit different niches and not compete with each other directly. But apparently, sometimes they do and are able to coexist fairly happily. So it is what it is. But sooner or later, there are usually people that figure out what's going on. More observant ones, myself with those Aranavaga. But yeah. Fingers crossed. Hopefully the boxes don't come with one sex having been removed again. Yeah, that was brutal. I would just rather have them all grabbed than just give me the hope. I'm like, oh, there's something alive in this box, and it's just 4 females. They're immature. Yay. Yeah, that was kind of lame. Good old Usda being little trolls. They're another underrated species, Balta naculata, the small spotted roach. This is a little risky. This is probably not a good idea. I'm gonna do it anyways. Yeah, look at those. One of those pretty ornate roaches. Usually very skittish, but these guys are kind of calm for some reason. But yeah, these are cool. Very ornately patterned. I love them a lot. One of those species that I kind of mysteriously have struggled with for the past few years, and then all of a sudden they just started doing well for me this year. I think I just needed to give them. They seem to like a decent amount of airflow, but then high humidity. So yeah, they're doing well for me now. These are cool. So these are still nymphs, but these are Princessia van Werebecki tiger crossed to Grumpfedorina portentosa LLE mahogany. So these were accidentally created by Brandon Maines. Was it? I forget if it was an accident or not. Basically, he had a female portentosa mahogany escape its enclosure. And because of the strict non-hybridization protocols us Hisser keepers have, if we find a Hisser nymph, it was a nymph mahogany. If we find a random Hisser nymph on the floor, outside of an enclosure, we don't put it back into what we think it goes in with. We leave it out. We usually feed it off or something because we don't want to accidentally create hybrids. But so he had this female, and he just raised her in a 32-ounce deli cup, and she ended up being a female. And I think what he did was he just threw in a tiger male for the heck of it, just to see if something would happen. And it did. She mated with the tiger male and bred, and I'm pretty sure that's how it happened. It may have been that a tiger male escaped too, and so he just threw it in the deli cup with the female. He didn't know what it was until they were both mature. I forget exactly how it happened, but basically, he ended up having this female mahogany that he hybridized with a tiger in a 32-ounce deli cup, and she actually gave birth. And so he's had these little tiger mahoganies that he's been working on. So that female gave birth to hybrid babies. Those babies bred, and these are the babies of those. So F2 baby. This is F2 nymph here, I think, right? Because F1, yeah, F2. This is F2 hybrid. So hopefully this generation, the first generation, had a lot of mahogany portentosa looking individuals, but with lighter, like almost creamy orange abdomens. Some had a little bit of striping, most didn't. But even the nymphs, you can tell it's hard to tell from the camera, but this nymph is a lot like broader and flatter than a portentosa nymph would be. Like you can see the Princessia morphology in them already. And the coloration's different too. So once these are adults, hopefully the F2 should exhibit more traits from both parents. The F1 will usually mostly take after the mother. But once you get to F2 of hybrids together, you start getting more genes being passed on from like the father side together. So hopefully this next generation will have more individuals that look more like an even mix between the tiger hissers and the mahoganies. So they should be pretty cool. So, but yeah, these are a little gift from Brandon from when I was in Pennsylvania this year. So hopefully those do something neat. Okay, have a good day, Satchel. Thanks for hopping on. I appreciate it. The engagement. It's fun. And hopefully the package I sent you arrives soon and safely, and vice versa. That'll be exciting. Alrighty. The Hijiger. So pretty. Yeah. I think probably referring to the Nocculata? Probably. Maybe these. I don't know. Maybe the Hissers. But yeah. Okay. Here. I received some of these from Alan this year. These are the Troglodilo white tigers. Let's see if I can get a better view of those ones. Yeah, really cool, really pretty isopod species. Slow breeding. They are breeding. They're doing pretty well. They're pretty slow breeders with small brood sizes too. So I get why these have remained fairly uncommon in the hobby, because they take their time. That's for sure. But yeah, they've been doing pretty well for me. These guys also seem to like it a bit more on the humid side. Originally, I had them on a humidity gradient, but now I'm just keeping the entire enclosure humid, but with a lot of ventilation, so the top layers kind of dry up a bit by the time I water them next. So yeah, pretty species though. And these two. Yeah, those are another good example of like the state of Cubaris in the hobby. That those were originally entered the hobby as Cubaris species white tiger, but now it's more likely that they're a species of Troglodilo or whatever we lump in Troglodilo currently. But yeah, those are a nice flatter species. I really like those. The more flat Southeastern Asian isopods are pretty neat. Got my Filipino Cordova here. These are really cool. I like these a lot. And again, they're not like super flat, but they're like a semi-flat Southeastern Asian species. variable coloration. A lot of the babies start out like pretty bright yellow with like brown modeling. And then as they mature, a lot of them fade to gray with like yellowish modeling. But some are more high yellow. Some adults are more high yellow with the brownish grayish modeling on them. So looking like most of them are hiding pretty well though, so not going to be able to show those off. But those are really cool. I like them a lot. Very large for a Filipino dillo species as well. But yeah, this genus seems to like it pretty humid, but moderately to well ventilated as well. Do you have more isopod sales or roach sales? I don't know. I haven't really kept track. I would say probably more roach sales. Probably just because I'm more well known in the roach hobby than the isopod hobby. The isopod hobby is really saturated. So in order to make a significant amount of sales there, you got to have like rare, uncommon species that not a lot of other people are selling for lower prices than other people are selling them for. Or you have to be really well known in the isopod hobby. And I'm not really well known in the isopod hobby. So, yeah. So I would say more roach sales, definitely. But that may change in the future. Who knows? I feel like I'm getting close to having more isopod species available than roaches at the. Well, I don't know. I have been adding a lot of roaches to my for sale list, so yeah, I definitely have more species of roaches than isopods. It's just a lot of the roach species I have are a lot more finicky and available more infrequently than the majority of the isopods I keep. So isopods in general are just easier to keep than roaches. It's pretty. I don't think anyone really could debate that with much substance. Because like, again, most isopods are set up pretty much the same way. Whereas roaches, you have a lot more variety in the types of setups required. And, you know, like the feeder roaches or really common pet roaches, or most of those are pretty easy and hard to kill. But I keep a lot of the more easy to kill roaches. So, you know, that's kind of my thing. I like the more finicky ones. So most of the roaches I have are available less frequently than the isopods. Let's say that's enough water for those. But that's not to say all isopods are easy either. I've certainly had my fair share of struggles with some of them, especially like finding the right humidity gradients for the Spanish Prosopis species here in Idaho. It was a bit of a struggle. But now that I figured it out, then it's pretty easy. Anyways, I gotta fill this up with water, but I will be back. I have returned. I've been keeping roaches for years, but have yet to start with isopods. Yeah, you know, that's probably a good idea. No, I mean, the isopods are cool. I don't care too much for the community and what it has become, but the isopods are cool. I have like almost 100 species of isopods now, so I mean, I can't say they're not cool. I like roaches more, though. Roaches will always be my favorites. I think for me, in terms of interest, it goes roaches, darkling beetles, click beetles, isopods. Maybe isopods and click beetles, actually. Then you got like pseudoscorpions, harvest moon, weird orthopterans. Most of what I keep, isn't it? Then everything else under that. Ooh, which, hold on. Speaking of other things that I keep. Show off here, probably. I haven't gotten to show one of these off in a live stream, I don't think. But probably. Where is it? Where is he? There we go. This is one of my buffalo leeches that started as but a wee leechling last year, and now look at it. He's so big, he's so cute, and it's, so beautiful. I love it, and it's not even close to full grown, but it is probably breeding size now. Oh, I love them so much. They're so cute. They're just little blood noodles. So adorable. Yeah, these guys have done pretty well for me. Of the 5 I originally received, 4 are still alive. The one that died after the first feeding, so it was just, failure to thrive, random failure to thrive. But the other 4 have done phenomenal, and yeah, really good. I think I still have the. You probably can't really see it, but like right here and here are still 2 scars from the last feeding. I think technically I still. No, maybe the first scars are gone now. Actually, it took a long time though, for those to go away. But yeah, I love them. My buffalo leeches, they're so cool. And they'll probably be breeding size soon, so you see. Look out for baby leechlings 2025. Excuse me. 2025 leechlings from Invertebrate Dude might be in the future. Yeah, they're so cool. I love them. And I honestly kind of want to get more leech species. I really want to get those. I forget the genus name, but the Decorata, the American blood-sucking leeches, specifically Decorata. They're like very green, like beautifully, vibrantly green with red spots on their back. They're so cool. But those, in addition to needing fed more frequently than the buffalo leeches, also need a winter diapause for an aquatic invertebrate that's kind of a little more difficult, but doable. And I might, maybe not this year, maybe next year, 2026. It might be my year for getting Decorata. Because yeah, those are really cool. speaking of really cool, here's some Porcelio Expansis Witch's Potion. The Dalmatian, yeah, I guess we'd say Dalmatian, almost more pied, but yeah, Dalmatian / pied morph of the Porcelio Expansis Orange Skirt population. Isolated by Oren McMonagle, the one and only. I got mine directly from Oren McMonagle in trade, so, and they've been breeding pretty well as of late, so yeah, hopefully a nice robust colony of these this year. Yeah, they're really pretty. They get really big too, because the orange skirted line gets pretty big, but probably the largest Expanses line. There's a new line though. There's a new locality line of orange skirted Expanses being distributed in Europe right now, and they have like black tips to their Europods too. I forget, Lasinia, I think, is the locality. Those are really pretty. I really want to get some of those at some point. Hopefully they make it here and don't get bastardized, and I can get my hands on some pure stock. I didn't know ice spots got that big. Dude, I have I was talking about them earlier in the stream. Hemilepistis pavlovsky. It's a temperate Chinese species. They're very they're cylindrical. They're very long and thin, but they're still pretty substantial in mass, and they get up to 60 millimeters in length, so almost 3 inches. Probably the longest terrestrial ice spots out there. I have some. I'm hoping they breed for me. They're a much more difficult breed than most other isopods, because they need a clay-based substrate. It's very important to them. They need good ventilation and low humidity, but not no humidity. They need humid spots to retreat to. Those 3 things at the gate are difficult to maintain with one another, because low humidity and high ventilation, it's easy to accidentally dry out your isopods. Add to that the fact that clay is not an easy medium to work with when maintaining specific humidity gradients, because it absorbs a lot of humidity, but it also dries out fast. Dries out all at once too. So the humidity gets pretty evenly distributed where it is, and then it all dries up at the same time. So it's a little difficult just to maintain the proper humidity on a clay substrate. Then you factor in the fact that it's a temperate Chinese species that doesn't like it really warm even in the summer. So 75 is probably the upper limit of what you want to keep them in during the summer, preferably lower. And then in the winter, they almost certainly need a diapause, at least to trigger breeding, but possibly for survival of younger immatures as well. So yeah, not easy. Not easy at all, but they're huge, and they're impressive, and they're really weird looking. So hopefully I will have success. I'm the only one in the US that has them at the moment. I have 2 pairs in diapause. And the females are starting to show some development in the marsupium. So I'm expecting babies in the spring, and I can start distributing them amongst the hobbyists. But yeah, I probably won't be selling them anytime soon. And when they do hit the market, the prices will probably be pretty substantial. And a lot of ice spots I feel are overpriced once they enter the hobby. You got morphs of really easy to breed species that are hundreds of dollars more than the wild types, right? That's a little ridiculous. The Hemilepistis being high priced is not, though. Captive bred Hemilepistis being high priced would be very reasonable. Hundreds of dollars for just a small group of captive bred Hemilepistis would be a stealing deal, because the effort going into breeding them is substantial compared to, a lot of invertebrates in general. And not to mention they're a very impressive species as well to boot. So yeah, wild caught stock, that stuff does not ship well. It does not last long. A lot of them are unhealthy. So wild caught, I wouldn't value them that high, but captive bred, definitely. So when those do become available, they will probably be very expensive, and reasonably so, in my opinion. Start with this one. I think my first ice about the Chinese long one. Well, since their care is so different from other isopods, as long as you're just experienced with invertebrates in general, I would say, go for it. Like, as long as you know the requirements going into it, they're not a species that, like, I would say, oh, keep some of these isopods first before you get into these, because it's like the care is not even comparable in a lot of regards to other isopod species. So working with clay is it's a different experience than working with like almost anything else. It's not great. So yeah, those could be the first isopod you get, and as long as you know what you're getting into, which hopefully I will be able to write a substantial care sheet once I establish how to breed them successfully myself, then yeah, go for it. I mean, you can get them. There's not really anything else like them in the hobby. So now, if isopods were the only invertebrates you've ever kept, then yeah, I'd be like, hey, maybe get some of the other difficult isopod species. But you're yeah, and the care is kind of what makes it fun. The what's the word I'm looking for? Just how different it is to keep them. Again, is what kind of makes them fun, and that's again why I like roaches, because roaches is they're all kept kind of differently, whereas isopods, most of them are basically the same thing, rinse and repeat, just slight differences in the humidity gradients and the ventilation levels, and that's it. Whereas these guys, it's a little more involved, a little more difficult, and something that if you're successful with, you can have bragging rights that like, hey, I bred this really difficult species of isopod, So. Here we have another very underrated species, Simplos morsi. These guys are really cool. No, you're not gonna get good footage of these. Yeah, a very underrated species. The nymphs are very pretty. They look like patella nymphs when they're young, but then they turn into a much more, like, they lose striping and they just turn into like dark maroonish red on like their pronotum, and then their abdomens are black but bordered with red and like a little bit of white spotting. Like, they're really pretty as nymphs. The adults are kind of boring brown, but the nymphs make up for it, and I think they're really neat. And it's again one of those species like only very few people have. Period. And they may not necessarily be easy to get again once we lose them, because they're only found in Florida. Where, I don't know if they're native to Florida or if they're invasive, but either way, the only place they're found in Florida is at Key Largo. That's where. No, this strain's from Key Largo. Oh, so that's probably not too difficult to get. There's another locality of them that's more difficult to get to. It's like a gated community in one of the keys. Maybe this is that key. But it's not an easy place to get stuff from. So yeah, I mean, they're doing great for me. They're doing good for Alan John. I think Kyle has them. I think he has an A locality of them. So they'll probably be around for a while, but one of those species that I hope more people get into in the future. These are species I recommend no one ever keep, ever, ever, ever. Latiblatella reni, they're evil. They're evil incarnate. It's the most difficult, not care-wise, just like doing anything with them. Unless you have a nice thick layer of silicone oil, which I do, so they can't get out. They are the fastest, most skittish, most they have the most desire to escape out of any roach I've ever kept. Like you tap the enclosure, and if the colony is big, like they all just come running up the sides. They fly, they climb with ease, they're fast, they're just so skittish, like evil incarnate. It's not that evil, they're just trying to get out, but you know, they're a pain. So they're easy enough to breed. They just like high humidity, high ventilation. And they're a cool looking pseudophilodromid, and one of the largest in the U.S. Very neat looking Uthicas, you know, very flat nymphs. They're cool. I like them. But it takes a certain person to get any enjoyment out of them. So, yeah. Just don't. Would not recommend to anyone but an avid pseudophilodromid collector. These, I have some Parcoblata pennsylvanica, which I collected in Pennsylvania. Wait, no. Actually, these are from Maryland. When I went to Pennsylvania, we took a little day trip to Maryland, and I found a bunch of Parcoblata virginica. And they're all basically subadults now. There might be a Pennsylvania nymph in here, actually. But most of them are virginica, and most of them are subadults. And I've not given them a diapause, so I'm hoping they just do their thing with that one, because supposedly that species is easy to break out of diapause requirement. So we'll see. Forgot to mention these, though. These were the Euslastobata species Everglades, which I had a starter culture of. They did okay, and then they kind of crashed, and now they're kind of rebounding. But all but one of the, I think, 5 individuals I have left are just like, I think it's like 2 males, 3 females. All but one of them have white eyes. So it's very likely that this culture is going to become solely a white-eyed culture of Euslastobata species Everglades. So I hope they breed. I hope they do well for me. It's a very finicky species. They need a humidity gradient, it seems. They don't like it very humid or very dry. Yeah, they're a bit more picky. But I think they'll be good now. And they're laying a lot of ooths. So, but yeah, it looks like they'll probably mostly be wide-eyed going on. So I might lose the wild type black-eyed form. So that would kind of suck, but whatever. I'm pretty sure Kyle lost his normal culture as well. The only ones he has are the wide-eyed Euslastobata Everglades as well. So that's pretty funny. Alright, these are my Rhabdoblata rustica. Another underrated species, one that's pretty much constantly on the verge of being Western culture. I don't know how many times I've thought these died out, only for some one random person in the hobby to still have them going. Not an easy species. They're deceivingly easy at first, though, because they breed pretty well for like the first generation. You keep them humid, you keep them topped up on leaf litter, and they usually do well. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, do they crash fast when things get dirty or crowded or they run out of food. So definitely one of the more intermediate to expert level species, in my opinion. Here we have the Coralamphra fulgensioi. These guys are pretty cool. Another underrated would be rhabdoblattid. That's the family now. These guys are cool. And, yeah, there's a decent amount. Oh, look, there's some newborns. That's nice. Nice to see. Fresh adults. That's cool. Yes, these guys are doing alright. Just like every now and then I find a dead individual that's covered in trichoderma. And I have like PTSD of trichoderma being the entomophagus kind, but I don't really think that's what's going on in here. Especially since not every dead individual is covered in mold. There's like some that are just dead and being eaten by orbatids or forward flies, so yeah. I'm probably just overreacting. But yeah, they're doing fine. Just in case, though, I will go wash my hands after messing with that enclosure, just in case anything bad in there. Alright, what do we got here? These are Pseudomops septentrionalis from San Antonio, Texas. These, a friend of mine collected from San Antonio. They lived in San Antonio. And so these have been, this culture, this strain has been in culture for, I think it was 2015 that I got these. It was 2015 or 2016. So, dang, almost, if not a decade, almost a decade. So that's pretty crazy. I wonder if these might be the longest running strain of this species in culture. They could be. So that's pretty nifty. They've been pretty easy too. Yeah, these guys are very nice. The pale bordered field roaches. Another potential. The patterning on them is almost like some fireflies in Central America. And I believe some of the genus are known to be firefly mimics, maybe. But a lot of them are wasp mimics too. So I'm not sure where these fall into. They act more like wasps as adults. So, yeah, I don't know. But either way, they're really cool, colorful, not native, but naturalized U.S. species. They're almost native, basically. I think the range extends. They're native to Mexico, Central America, running up through Mexico. I think they don't naturally occur in the U.S., but they got introduced there. So like they're not native, but they're almost native. Almost could have been. Um, give them enough time, they may have eventually made their way up, anyways. But no, they were introduced, I think, to the far southern U.S., and then they've sort of kind of been migrating upwards ever since. So yeah, a lot of the more eastern strains do require like a winter diapause to do well, but not the Texas line that I have does not. So even better. These are Hermetica Stremosa. These guys, my latest batch of nymphs, which I believe came from, I think I got nymphs from Berhudiger here and from Tyrandel, and they're all pretty much adults now. Still no babies yet. Been a while. I would kind of have hoped that there would be babies by now. I'm keeping them per Kyle's recommendation of just like super, super moist, which I think is how Ty keeps his too. I don't know how you keep yours per Hijiger, but I would assume probably pretty dang humid. I think I asked you, I've forgotten. But yeah, so I'm just keeping them stupidly humid. I might actually have to close off some of this ventilation. I think I maybe gave them a little bit too much in this setup. Yeah, I mean, the adults are doing fine. It's just no babies yet. So hopefully eventually. Yeah, just keeping them super, super, super humid and not too warm either. Around like 75 Fahrenheit. I think that's probably good. Pieces of fruit. Oh, excuse me. All right. More humid, also easily fluent decay. Well, good to know. This is a mixture of flake soil and leaf litter. The leaf litter has mostly been decomposed by now. But I mean, it's still flake soil, so hopefully that does something. Here. Surprisingly heavy, smaller enclosures because a lot of them have sand in them. Aranavaga. Animus Aranavaga. These are really cool. Animus New Mexico Aranavaga. I've not been able to identify them this species. The closest thing they resemble to me is the Aranavaga delicata, but I don't think there's records of those in New Mexico. I could be wrong. These are gonna have to be sent to Heidi to confirm an ID. I think they're undescribed. Kyle and Alan were kind of telling me that they thought they're Tonkawa, but I don't agree with that at all. They could be like a sister species to Tonkawa, but like the females' patterning somewhat similar, but well, it's pretty similar actually. But the females themselves are so much more skinny. Like they're not the morphology is much more slender in the females and the males in this species versus the more broad Tonkawa. So I do not believe these are that species. I believe they are something entirely new. Plus, both the Tonkawa strains I bred did fine on plain coconut coir. These did not. These did not start breeding well until I mixed in sand, and overall have been much more of a challenge to get breeding well for me than Tonkawa. So I don't think they're Tonkawa at all. But they're something cool, probably unique. If not a new species for culture, they're probably undescribed. Wait, no, that would still make them a new species for culture. Yeah, I don't know. They're cool. They're neat. These are Tonkawa. These are the San Antonio Tonkawa, or near San Antonio Tonkawa, that Kyle's had going forever. And now I've had going for a while. Guys are pretty easy. Keep them on anything. I had them on just plain coir and leaf litter. The leaf litter has been long gone. They're still breeding. Yeah, these guys are easy and prolific. But yeah, really cool. These pains in the butts that I've still not bred, and I've recently moved them to just plain sand substrate. These are the Aranavaga CF Grata from Mount Ward. Probably gonna have to ask Kyle for more of these because the tie. But yeah, these guys, I don't know. They just never breed for me. The females never lay any eggs, no matter how I keep them. It's very irritating. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I've tried so many different types of setups for these guys, and I just don't know what I'm missing. But yeah, the Grata, they hate me. And I have a feeling it's one of those species I'm just going to keep trying over and over and over again, and eventually they'll start breeding, and I won't know what I did. Whatever. Don't know what to do with those. These guys, though, these do okay. These are the Aranavaga CF Nalepe, Bakersfield, California. The other species that prefer this, these guys do prefer just a mostly sand substrate, more inorganic at least. So I got these just on plain sand. I guess it's a mixture of river sand I collected myself and play sand, but yeah, they do pretty well. There's a female, cute little thing, pretty cool. New species for the hobby. Yeah, they're neat little guys. Those are doing well. Then we have more Aranavaga and some Hyporhinodolidomorpha panama. These guys are cool. These guys have been breeding for me, actually. And I just have them on straight coco core, topped with a little bit of leaf litter, but just keeping them very minimally ventilated and just so very wet. Very, very humid. That seems to be the key to hypericnoda, just to keep them stupidly humid, stupidly moist, and not like super hot either. And they do pretty well. Ernevaga, CF Hopkinsorum, Pina Blanca are doing well. Another small, dark species from Arizona. A lot of those down there. Yeah, these guys are pretty cool. I don't know if they're They could be. They're either Hopkinsorum or like genitalis, probably. But the markings seem a little different than genitalis and more akin to Hopkinsorum, but could be wrong on that ID. So that's why it's only CF Hopkinsorum. Ultimately, we will need Heidi to ID them for us. But yeah, like here's a male Hopkinsorum, and you can see how dark that is. Really, really dark for Aranavaga. And the wings are just like so mottled that they're almost completely dark gray. Pronotum's mostly dark as well. These are pretty cool. So they're either a really dark line of genitalis or Hopkinsorum or something new, you know. But yeah, they're pretty neat and one of the more easy to breed Aranavaga lines. We have my good old Parcoblata Americana, Table Rock, Idaho. Table Rock, Boise, Idaho, collected by yours truly. I was the first to record a native roach species, these, in Idaho. So these are one of my personal favorites, a sentimental species for me. And one that does pretty well for me, but I mean, I don't know about other people, but Kyle, for sure, has had some issues keeping them going for more than a generation or two, which is really weird because I've had these going for a while. And I've never had any problems. I think Brandon Maines also had issues getting his to do well long term. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even give them a dipod, so I don't know what that would be about, but whatever. These are cool. These are interesting to me for a number of reasons. Number one, so Aranavaga CF investigata, right? Okay, and these are pretty cool Aranavaga species. You're not gonna be able to tell on camera, but they have a pretty unique morphology, like pretty flattened, wide morphology to them. Here's the thing. I've had a couple of other lines of Aranavaga from around this area that I thought were investigata as well. But the females that I've had, and I only ever had females, not males, to go with them, looked pretty different than these. So I think we had two species in that area. And I've previously had females of one. Now, these are almost certainly investigata because the males match investigata. But the females I've had in the past, I did not have males to go with them, so I don't know what they were. I just guessed investigata because they're in the right area for it. And in pictures, they looked similar to these, but yeah, so now I'm really curious, and I really want more samples from that area to hopefully get whatever other species it was that I had. Um, but yeah, these are cool though. I really do like these. These are from Alan, and yeah, really neat little Aranabaga species. But yeah, it makes me wonder what I had in the past that I thought were investigata, but really weren't. So maybe one day I'll find out. Let me get these guys misted. I got adults of both sexes in these guys now, so they should start breeding soon. And diving into Aranabaga yet either. Kind of want to go try. Get Darwini that you want 8 hours drive, and I don't know how to collect. It would be fun to try. I would love Darwini so much. They don't even look that. Here's the thing: the females that we've seen, they look kind of like flatter versions of these guys of the Investigata, right? So they're pretty cool. However, Darwini males are something else, and I don't know if this extends to females, but Darwini males only have one tarsal claw on each of their tarsi, so that automatically makes them really unique. Almost unique enough to maybe even be put in their own genus. They're pretty weird. Then the male's morphology is also like super flattened. They're like a little pant. It's like you took a normal Aranabaga male and pressed it in like a flower press, and then you open it up, and then there's a little guy there, and that's Aranabaga darwini. And then the name's cool, Darwini, named after Darwin. Love that. The only thing is their range overlaps with Investigata, so there's a chance that whatever nymphs you collect in the area, even if it's an area that is specifically had Darwini reported from it, you might just end up with Investigata nymphs, or a mix of the two. So that's kind of, I really do hope that female Darwini have just one tarsal claw, because that would make it easy to identify. But otherwise, you're kind of just guessing game. Yeah, 8 hours drive, that does kind of suck. But if you ever go down there, let me know, and you find some down there, let me know, because yeah, I really want those. But yeah, they live in a very remote. There's some sightings on iNaturalist. I would use that to guide you towards a specific locality where they're known to be found. I think there's a guy there who's found both a male and a female in the same spot. Yeah. Lobotera. Okay, that's cool. Hopefully you can breed those Lobotera canariensis. I remember you talking about those. Yeah, because like the Lobotera decipiens we have in the hobby technically probably should have needed a diapause, but they were broken out of it. So I would imagine you could probably break those out of a diapause as well. I know things like Ectobius are a little bit more picky with that and not as easy to break out of the diapause requirement, but Lobotera, you might be able to have some luck with that. So best of luck. I hope you can succeed, because this would be pretty cool and a lot easier to breed without a diapause. That's for sure. So good luck with that. Hopefully that works out. Be nice to have another Lobotera in the hobby. I'm about to receive Lobotera decipiens for the first time from Satchel, so that'll be cool. Alright, let's get in here. Some Aranabaga. These are Aranabaga CF Erratica Phoenix. These guys, I don't think I've talked about it on my blog. I posted about these on my blog. They're for sale now on my blog. I'm not so sure they're Erratica anymore. The thing is that the Erratica is the closest ID that we have for them. If they're not Erratica, then they're probably undescribed. They look different. They average smaller than the other Erratica strains I have. Like both males and females, smaller, significantly so than the Erratica from. I have a strain from Suaharita, Arizona. I have a strain from Amado, DOT rest area, Arizona. I have a strain. Is that it? That might be it. Just those two lines. and then these, the Phoenix, but I don't know if these are actually Radica because they're smaller, significantly smaller, both the males and females, and way more vibrantly colored too. So I don't know. I don't know what these are. Erratica is the closest thing they key out to, but they might be undescribed. But yeah, whatever they are, they're really pretty. One of my favorite Aranavaga lines that we have in culture. Thanks for letting me know, because with the dipods, the growing time is long, so if that could work without, that would be nice. Yeah. Yeah, you might be able to break them out of the dipods for sure. If it ever seems like they stop growing and they just refuse to molt or anything, then that probably means they do require one and can't be broken out. Or if they do well for a generation and then die out suddenly the next, like refuse to breed or have that stunting issue, then that probably means they need a dipause. But if they get through without any of that happening, then it's quite likely that they are, they can be broken out of the dipods. Yeah, these phoenixes, they're something else. They're really cool. Step we had. Oh, these are just normal Shelfordella lateralis. I asked Tennyson for a couple males because I was going to try to pair them with the female that I got from Walmart, the female lateralis I got from Walmart before she produced a parthenogenetic ooze and they hatched. So now I'm trying to make that line parthenogenetic. But I asked for 2 males, but I got a male and a female from Tennyson. So I'm breeding normal lateralis now. They say Shelfordella lateralis. I meant Paraplaneta lateralis. That's the current name for these. So yeah, I don't know. I might move those to a bigger bin and actually just start breeding them for my own use, just for feeding like assassin bugs and stuff. Alright, these. My Plectoptera poii seem to be doing all right. These guys, I think, they're doing all right now, just all right. But I think this next generation, they'll explode. Being a little bit dumb with the ventilation before and the way I had them set up, but now I got them set up better. They got microscreen mesh ventilation. I think they're gonna explode this next generation. That'll be fun. Here we go. We got Dipteretrum hanstromi, another underrated species. And one that commonly comes with an entomophagus fungus that nips their antenna, like makes them chew off their antenna, makes their antenna break off. It becomes very hairy and then breaks off. So you end up with a bunch of really short antennae, kind of unsightly individuals. And every line I've had of Dipteretrum hanstromi has had that fungus, except for this one. These I got accidentally. They were thrown in with my Hebardina ugandana I received early last year. And there's some of these guys mixed in. And I bred them. They're doing really well. And they do not have that fungus. So a nice clean line of hanstromi finally. So that's cool. These guys are my CF anaplecta species, Redlands, Florida, which I need to get some ventral photos of because it's likely that they're not anaplecta. These guys. Showing these off might be a mistake, but I will try my darndest. There's some there, some bunch there. Just another cool brown species. These guys collected in Florida, almost certainly not native there though. Not sure when or where they came from. Entered Florida, but they're neat, they're cool, they're pretty easy to breed. I just have them in a 32-ounce deli cup with a bunch of fake fern leaf in here, one piece of bark, just keeping them humid, and seem to do pretty well. There's like probably over 100 in here at the moment. Yeah, these are cool. These, only a handful of people have these at the moment. Hopefully they'll become popular, but I doubt it. But yeah, I need to get a proper ID on those at some point. And also these Persilionites CF pruinosus from St. George, Utah. And again, these were accidentally sent to me. Like, I got a group of invertebrates from someone who lives down there, including some the Ubarella and Ulipes that I have. And there's a single female Persilionites in with them, also collected alongside them, and it ended up being a gravid female, and I've established a little culture from that. But I want to send some to Nathan Jones for identification before I go on labeling them as pruinosus. And once I have an ID for them, I'll move them to something bigger and start selling them, But no point till I have a proper ID, because I don't want to sell possibly Floria or hybrids if they can hybridize stock of those. Which I have my doubts on the identifications of a lot of the hobby pruinosus or Floria. A lot of them are probably misidentified, because the two cannot be reliably told apart externally. These are my mega glow spots. These guys are really nifty. Hopefully these start breeding soon too. Again, keeping them very moist, minimally ventilated, not too hot. And supposedly this is the way they like it, so we're about to find out. Yeah, not seeing any babies on the sides, so I don't think they've bred yet. This is perhaps a bit off topic, but has anyone seen the new Nosferatu? Because I did today, and it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very well done, very beautifully shot. Yeah, it was really good. I'm not usually a huge fan of remakes, but that one I thought was really well done. Really loved the accent of the Bill Skarsgård playing Nosferatu. That really thick, low Transylvanian accent. It was really, I thought it was really cool. These will probably move to a larger enclosure soon. The Aranavaga florensis ocala, they finally started breeding enough to warrant that. These guys are really cool. And after seeing the three strains, the three main phenotypes in person, I would agree that they probably should be lumped into three different, split into three different species, I should say. Oops. Here's one of those. The Ocala line makes it look so much lighter than it actually is. She's like basically black. She looks like red in this light, though. That's weird. That ain't gonna help. Yeah. I don't know. They're really cool, though. And this strain in particular is probably like the most glossiest. The females are like super glossy. Whereas the Tampa population, the females are more of a matte texture. And also slightly smaller than this strain. And then the Lake Placid line is obviously, it has a more of a matte texture to their exoskeleton, but they're also like twice the size of either of these lines, and well, almost twice the size, and obviously much paler in coloration too. So it's pretty significant differences, not just in coloration but in morphology between the females of the three lines. I haven't compared the males very closely myself, but I would not be surprised if they were three different species. And I hope work is done on that sooner rather than later to possibly help preserve more of Florida's dune systems. Those are pretty broken up and fragmented already, and the last place for these orchids to live in the wild. But Florida doesn't really seem to care about keeping their habitats preserved, so I don't really know if it would matter. I guess what matters most is that they stay in culture and we don't ever lose them at this point. Which is kind of the sad truth. But oh well. These I'm a little sad about. My Aranavaga Boliana from San Antonio, also collected by that same friend that collected me the Pseudomop septentrionalis. I've had 2 females and a male nymph for the longest time. The females were unmated, right? And the male nymph, and that's all. This is all that remains of this strain in captivity. And the male nymph matured somewhat recently. The females were already starting to get kind of old. The male matured, and he was unfortunately deformed upon maturity. His wings were all messed up, but I was hoping he'd still be able to mate with the females, and hopefully he did. But he only lived for like a couple weeks, so which is only a couple weeks shorter than they'd normally live, but still it was shorter than average. So I'm a little concerned he didn't actually mate with them. I hope he did. But even if he did, the females are starting to get kind of old, so I don't know if they'll be able to produce viable ooths. So I don't know, but I'm kind of feeling like I may have, the window for them mating successfully may have been missed. So it sucks. I mean, and we have other strains of this. We have the Del Rio, Texas strain, which is the dark form of the species. We have the Aranavaga Boliana from McGowan, which is the same phenotype as these San Antonio ones. But this strain had just like personal sentimentality to me because of my friend collecting them. And that friend's no longer really active in the hobby, but they were one of my besties back in the day. So, yeah, I don't know. I kind of have an attachment to this strain. And so it'll be sad if they're lost. But hopefully, by some miracle, those females were actually mated by that deformed male, and hopefully that genetic wasn't hopefully that deformity wasn't genetic. It was just a fluke, and hopefully I find hatchlings in here in the next few months. But we'll see. I'm not gonna get my hopes up too high. But if I do find nymphs, I'll be very happy. But what happened with these though was I had a colony, right? They were doing well for me. I gave them to Brendan Maines. And then I left the hobby for several years. And by the time I came back and had an interest in these, Brendan Maine's colony had pretty much almost completely collapsed due to them somehow getting infected with Serratia, it seems. So he sent the rest of them to me. I did my best to recover them. Most of the offspring produced by the ones I got from him died and also had Serratia, but I was able to get 3 healthy individuals, mostly healthy individuals, to survive to adulthood. And those were these 3. And they seemed not to have Serratia anymore, but that male is still a little messed up. I still think that was just a fluke. But, yeah, so I don't know if they actually did anything. But if I do find babies in there, I will be very happy. But I'm not getting my hopes up. But, yeah, so hopefully I can bring them back. But, yeah, we'll see. But if not, it's not the biggest loss for the hobby because we still have normal phenotype Aranavaga Boliana anyways. And the dark form. So. Procellinites Big Pine Key. These guys are doing well, though it looks like I may need to refresh their substrate soon. Although it doesn't seem to be slowing them down any, that their substrate is just frass at this point, because there's still a ton of them, and they're still producing babies, so might just need to just keep them topped off on leaf litter. That might all be all they need. Yeah, these guys are pretty good. Ironically, these guys, the prettiest of the Virgatus strains, the CF Virgatus strains, they're doing the best for me out of any of them. The Miamis are starting to breed pretty well. The Everglades, though, I can't get those to to do much for me for some reason. So that's a bit odd. I think I might need to up the ventilation in their enclosure. Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. Okay. That. Yeah, honestly, I'm getting both of those. Cynodilla species Vietnam are doing very well for me. These guys are a species that really, really requires like a lot of leaf litter. If the leaf litter ever gets low, they start to not do so well. But as long as they have lots and lots of leaf litter, and they're also kept pretty consistently humid, so with good ventilation, they seem to do pretty well. Yeah, these guys cannot be skimped upon. They require a healthy amount of litter. Those do well. McAllen, Boliana. So these guys also really like their leaf litter. I need to top these guys off soon. They're pretty much eating most of theirs. Them sorted. Alright. These I've been wanting to show off for the whole stream. And we finally gotten to them. Don't know how easy it will be to show them off, but let's try it out. Oh, there's even a freshly molted adult. Look at that. Alright, hold on. Maybe I could just put this up to the... You gonna stay still? Hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ah! Nope. They jump straight off the bark without even thinking about it. Probably doesn't translate well to them being held by hand, but these are the Barbara species of Honduras I sent you. Is that much difference they have in morphology alarming at all to you? I do think they're probably not giganteous, as we originally thought. I think they're not really alarming. I think they're pure, whatever they are. I just don't think they're probably not giganteous. I don't know what they are. No idea. Possibly undescribed. Who knows? But yeah, probably not giganteous. These guys. Okay, can you calm down, please? These are the Schizopilia physicalis, flat bark roaches, which I do not want to show up. Oh, there we go. But yeah, they got the really cool, like, fissured pronotum, which I'm sure is why I call it physicalis, probably because of the fissure in the pronotum. But such a neat, unique species. They're really cool. Really, really nice. They seem to prefer more like semi-humid conditions, not super damp, but not dry either. Moderate ventilation, and I just have them on cork bark, and they seem to be doing really well. Most of them are mature by now. The sex ratio seems pretty even. Sadly, the same cannot be said for my Capucina patula, of which I have like maybe like a dozen individuals at the moment, and 2 of them are female. That's it. The rest are male. I'm probably going to feed off of several of the males to my assassin bugs or something to avoid them stressing out the females, because I only have 2 females, and I do not want that many males, hounding them. That will probably stress them out, possibly to death. So going to be a mass culling of my male Capucina patula, which are similar to these, but a little different. I might show them off as well. But yeah, these guys though, yeah, matured at a much more even sex ratio, and yeah, they should hopefully breed pretty well for me. Yeah, they're so cool. I love them. I love them so much. Probably my favorite Zetoboronid ever. Damn, they're so cool. They're so cool. Just that pronotum is just so bizarre. So cool. I love them. One of my favorites. So yeah, I got these in the fall, so these were nice. This was one neat new addition I got through all that. So yeah, so cool. I love them. I love them. I love them. And then the nymphs here, I can show off a nymph too, actually. Get one on my hand. The nymphs are cool just because they're just the typical flat, oriented, but flipped on the computer. These guys really do just like dive off of whatever they want if they feel threatened. But yeah, really cool, just bark coloration, and again, like super flat. But yeah, these, let me see if I can hold it up. Look, that's how flat they are. So cool. But yeah, these are nifty for sure. And I'm very happy to have these. These have been something I've been wanting for years. I believe it was Dominic Evangelista, the cockroach taxonomist, who originally collected this line. He bestowed some captive individuals to Nicolas Rousseau at the Capharnarium in Belgium. He trusted them to him to breed. Nicolas bred them because he's awesome. And then he started distributing them around in the hobby. And I believe the locality data is preserved. It's like Micarta, French Guinea, I think. I have it written down on my blog. But yeah, they're so cool. They're just so epic. The body morphology is so unique. And yeah, they've like had crash and boom. They're prone to crash and boom population surges in captivity period, but that has also translated to them becoming scarce and then not so scarce to find in the European hobby, which is I think the only hobby in which they're present in until this happened. So it's not been easy sourcing these. Even if you're in Europe, it's not easy to source them. But thankfully, they're having one of their rises in availability, and now they're in the U.S. And hopefully, once they're here, we will not lose them. Hopefully, like we lost Lengselbladder. Tragedy. if I were to get Lynxoblad again, I would probably keep them on cork bark too, and I would. They liked it a bit more humid than these guys do, but other than that, I think I could do very well with Lynxoblad and probably never lose them again. But it is sad that I cannot get Lynxoblad again because they're gone. They're kaput. Unless Gil Wizen. Unless Gil goes and back and gets some more. Which he has expressed interest in doing, so maybe one day we'll have them back. But until then, we have Fordioeca, also courtesy of Gil. We have the not Xenobor, we have the Schizopilia, and hopefully, looking a little precarious, but hopefully I can actually breed the Capucina patula. And get those going. Those are a bit more finicky. I've had some die-offs with those from the initial group I got. Those seem to like it drier. If it gets too humid, they just keel over. So that was a bit of a learning curve, but now they seem to be doing okay. And I have 2 female nymphs. So I just need to cull some of the males so that they don't get stressed out, and then it should be good with those. Sorry, no, those were not Fordioeca. Those that I was showing off, those were Schizopilia physicalis. Different genus. I do have Fordioeca. They're all nymphs still. These are another neat species I got off of Brandon. Let's see if I can get one on my hand without it trying to kill me. And by kill me, I mean spray me with poop. There we go. This is Rhyperobia medirae. The Madeira roach. I don't really know what the common name is for these. These are cool, underrated. Used to be a bit of a hobby staple. Well, they can't fly, but they sure can flutterfall. And yeah, they can excrete a defensive fluid that smells like kind of really gross. Although this one didn't, which I'm surprised. But yeah, these are cool. They don't really love being handled, but they're a neat, fairly large, like medium-sized roach. I think they're really attractively patterned. Nice, like gunmetal, like gray. Not gunmetal gray, just like kind of a silvery grayish color, especially when they're first mature. But then they kind of fade to a little bit more of a brownish, like tannish color. But yeah, they're really neat. These are very underrated. Obscure to the point of almost dying out in the U.S. hobby a couple times. But yeah, they're neat. And I got some from Brandon. A lot of mine came out with really messed up wings, so I'm not sure why. But this is one of the more perfect adults. But yeah, it's a very active species. They do not love being handled. But yeah, it's another Oxyhelloinae. So, same group as hissers, extinct in the wild roaches, Naphoeta, lobster roaches, giant lobster roaches, that whole group. Redhead roaches. So they like it kind of dry-ish with good ventilation, high heat, and lots of surface area. Schizo something said, again, is an adult, sorry. So that adult and nymph that I showed of those bark roaches, those are the same species. Those were both Schizopilia physicalis. Not Fortioeca. I have not shown Fortioeca yet at all. They're closely related to Fortioeca, which is probably why you're a little confused, because they are in the same subfamily, the Xetoborinae. You got Schizopilia, Fortioeca, Lanxoblada, Capucina, Xetobora. There's a couple of others in that subfamily as well. Technically, Schultesia, the firefly mimics, are also in the Xetoborinae, weirdly. I feel like they shouldn't be. Yeah, what title typed? Schizopilia physicalis. And yeah, the names they look similar because they are same subfamily. And basically the same lifestyle. They both live under flat bark. And try to camouflage with it and hold themselves flat against it so that ants and other predators can't grab them. Eurycoda species Venezuela, another Slephton species in my opinion. These guys are really cute. My culture had not so much a crash, just a little bit of a wane in the population, but I just rehoused them and they are starting to breed again, so I should have these available again soonish. Yeah, these are really cool. Really neat little one of the smaller bladdids in culture. And these have a very pleasant smelling defensive fluid. It smells like amaretto. It's like cherry almond flavor. Like it is actually very pleasant smell compared to most defensive fluids. Yeah, these guys are cute. I like them a lot. They're neat. Little nifty little guys. Still no ID on them. I'm not really sure what they could be, but they're cute. Whatever they are, they're cute, and that's enough. Hello, T-Rex. Welcome back. There are so many roaches now. I know, we're eating so good in the roach hobby. We got so many cool species. And yet not enough hobbyists. I mean, if we had more hobbyists, imagine how many other species we'd have too, probably. Some people going out and collecting their own stuff. So this is a Schizopilia, not Schizopilia. This is the Fortioeca bin. Yeah, here's a Fortioeca nymph. There's a little guy, little Fortioeca nymph. These guys still nymphs. I don't have any adults yet, but they're growing well, so it'll only be a matter of time till I do. Yeah, those are pretty neat. Again, that whole mottled, kind of barky coloration just helps break them up and makes them harder to distinguish the roach shape amongst just the patterning of just its body and the bark that it's resting on. So helps camouflage it against the bark, and the way they hold themselves flat up against the bark too makes it difficult for predators to get a grip on them. So yeah, neat little guys for sure. Those. last of the flat bark roaches that I have, these are the Capucina patula. Take this out. See if I can get one on my hand. There we go. There's the first one. Oh, hey. Is that a female? Finally a fucking female adult? Yes, finally. Alright. Shoot, so I'm going to have to start getting rid of these males pretty soon, probably. So this, I can get it to stay still. Maybe I don't want to do this with one of my females, but whatever. I had a male on me the other day, and he would not come off, and then this female just won't stop running. Okay, maybe there we go. So these guys are. This is an adult. Their wings are kind of hard to see with just how tightly they hold them together. It almost looks like it's the body, but no, those are wings. But yeah, that's a. This is Capucina patula. And these guys are pretty cool. They're more like velvety. And when they're kept drier, which is what they seem to prefer, they develop almost like a waxy coating to them, both nymphs and adults. So it does seem they prefer dryness. But still can't take it completely dry. So the humidity gradient for these guys is a little bit more challenging. But yeah, I finally have an adult female here. So hopefully I start breeding these. Because yeah, they look really cool. So yeah, these guys, pretty amazing. As you can see, very flat. Super flat. But yeah, looks really cool. I'm actually giving Ladybug, looks like a massive Plectoptera. Sort of. This one's pretty orangish. They're kind of variable in the adult coloration too. Some are more orange like this, some are darker brown. But yeah, really cool. I love these guys. And hopefully they breed successfully. But yeah, a little more nervous about these guys just because I only have a couple females. Bunch of males, which I'm probably going to have to start culling the males here soon. But yeah, just such rad roaches. As Clint's Reptiles would say, they're stinking rad. If you guys don't watch Clint's Reptiles on YouTube, they're a really cool channel. I'm sure a lot of you do though. Know about him because a lot of overlap I feel between my viewers and like Aquarimax's viewers, and Aquarimax's collaborations with Clint's Reptiles, and so there's overlap there, and we all kind of like the same things anyway, so that's gonna be it for the humidity. Just a little bit more. All right. I will say both these and the Capucina and the Schizopilia, they seem to feed on dog food as their protein source a lot more readily than Lynx ablata ever did, which is nice. That's a plus in my books, but interesting difference. But yeah, they go through. Lynx ablata preferred fruit to the protein sources, at least compared to dog food, whereas both the Capucina and the Schizopilia seem to prefer dog food to fruit. So Interesting. Why this no? Oh, yes. Let's put these down. Dennis. Favorite isn't Dennis Verbaski. Would you mind describing, T-Rex, if you're still here, would you mind describing your Anthrenus setup? Because I failed with my Verbaski, and I'm down to my last few individuals of another species from Pennsylvania, of Anthrenus. I don't seem to do well with Anthrenus. I had them in a well-ventilated enclosure with a little bit of paper towel at the bottom. Then I threw a bunch of dog food and dead insects on top of that, and just kept them dry. And that hasn't seemed to work well. I do wonder if they require a winter diapause, a cool period during the winter, because what's happening is that they just keep maturing at very staggered rates, and I never have males or female adults at the same time, and they die so quickly. So if you have any tips, please feel free to share. I know you're an Anthrenus expert. And I'll be getting more Verbaski larvae this week from Satchel, so would like to know how to set those up properly. Title, likes Clint, and yeah, there. Yeah, Clint's awesome. I love his videos. Behijager, that's the with the Capucina. Okay, so what happened with the Capucina and Schizopilia that I had back in 2022? They got poisoned with pesticides, as did a bunch of my other invertebrates, and so they all died from that. I didn't even really get a chance. I didn't even have them that long before they all died due to that, so that really sucked. This time, no pesticides. Also, I'm using cork bark. That appears to be the preferred, like the best way to keep them in captivity. I was using like really flat bark before, but it was like almost too decayed. Because I was thinking that they needed really, really flat bark. That's the assumption we all had. But it turns out the Europeans are breeding them just fine on plain old scraggly cork bark. As long as some areas of it are flat-ish, they can grab onto it just fine. They seem to almost like it, that it's more like wavy and bumpy. So, yeah. So I'm just using straight up cork bark, and they weren't poisoned with pesticides. So those two things seem to be working pretty well in my favor. And this group I've had since this current group of both the Capucina and the Schizopilia I've had since October, maybe September. I forget. Sometime this fall I got them as fairly large nymphs, and now most of them are maturing. So yeah, so I haven't had them that long. But the Schizopilia, I would say, went through significant growth, though. Like, they've all molted several times. Capucina, less so. They've just taken longer to mature for some reason. But yeah. I'm using palm frond bark pieces for my Photioeca. Kind of smooth, but also kind of rough. Yeah, I'm just using straight up, just random hardwood bark that my friend Brandon Main sent me. It's pretty scraggly, uneven, whatever. They don't seem to care. The Photioeca don't seem to actually mind how flat the bark is. And I'm starting to think a lot of the other Xetoborinae don't either. Because the Schizopilia and Capucina don't. And I'm thinking maybe Lanxoblatta, we had them wrong in the past, and maybe just keeping them on cork bark would have been enough. And it was some other aspect of their care that we were kind of missing, maybe. But yeah, I think maybe, honestly, if anything, we may have thought that they needed it super humid, but maybe they liked it a little more semi-humid, like most of the other Xetoborinae we have. So maybe that was it. I don't know. We'll see if we get Link Sublata again. Goes there. This here. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, that's right. All right. Alright. Down to the lowest shelf on this rack. And when we're done with that, I think I'm going to bed. So, alright. These up. Yeah, I still need to get pictures of these already. These are. These are starting to try to get it. So great. These are peppered roaches, Archimandrita tessellata, although there may be Archimandrita marmorata. We'll find out eventually. But yeah, these guys are really cool, really big. I love them. And they're breeding pretty well for me. And they've also got a thriving population of ring-legged earwigs in with them, so that's, I would say, concerning, but it doesn't really seem like they're, as I mentioned previously, a problem to a roach this large. And the Archimandrita seem to be thriving, so I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried at all. Yeah, they're pretty good. I love the way the nymphs look too. They're like more ornately patterned, glabrous nymphs. I don't know. They're really cool. I like these. So much show bug. Yes. Today we are blessed with the show bug. Look, here's another bug. Here's a male. Let me try to get a male Archimandrita. It's cool. I had some really dark ones pop up in these. These guys look pretty cool. Am I on that nocturnal grind set? Yes, I am a overnight stalker at Walmart, so I am on a completely nocturnal schedule. And I keep that going through my weekends, which is usually Monday and Tuesday. I was always a bit of a night owl anyway, so it didn't really affect me much going to work overnights at Walmart, and I keep that schedule even when I have time off, just because it's more convenient for me. So yeah. Hello there, late to the party. Hey, peppers and glowworms. I'd like to know if you're still keeping Lampyrids and how the bioluminescent click beetles are doing. The click beetles are doing fine. Lampyrids, no. The Photinus pyralis that I had last year or the year before last year, I think it was last year. They got entomophagus fungus, and it was impossible for me to cure them of it. Because the only way you can cure things of that type of entomophagus trichoderma mold is to keep them very dry. And Lampyrids don't like that at all. So it was caught between keeping them dry or keeping them moist and watching them all die to the fungus. And that's what happened. So I was supposed to try again this year. I had a couple friends who said they would collect me Photinus pyralis, and I was going to try again, but none of them ever did. So maybe this year I'll get them again. At some point I want to try them again. It's just a matter of finding someone to collect me some adults. But if I do get them again, hopefully this time they won't. I don't even know how they contracted the fungus in the first place, but I'll be very careful this time and try not to let them get it. The only thing that I'm worried about is that they got it from the earthworms I was feeding them. And if that's the case, I might not be able to stop that from happening. So then I don't know. But, unless I breed my own earthworms, which I might do. Maybe. I don't know. It's more involved than you would think. It's kind of hard to do small scale. Maybe like red wigglers or something, though, I could do. It's one of the smaller species of annelids. Probably feed them baby leeches cut up. That's something to think about. Something to do with my excess leech babies. Had trouble with those pea paralysis too, yeah. For me, it was the fungal issues, and then on top of that, they probably needed diapause too. But I would have been fine with giving them that. It was the fungus that just wiped them out. I couldn't do anything about it. How many apples have you gone through? I use about 4 pounds a week. What are these? How much is this? Is this 4 pounds? What? 3 pounds. I go about like 6 pounds because I go through about 2 of these a week. So 6 pounds a week ish. So yeah, quite a bit. Yeah. Oh, okay. I need... some of this. Good enough. That is good enough. Alright. What else was I gonna say? Oh, I was also supposed to receive. Someone's supposed to send me some European species of Lampyris, and I've never received them. So, but yeah, I was supposed to get those at some point, and I still might eventually. But yeah, Lampyrids though, a bit more of a challenging experience for me so far. Not the best. Throw that out. Throw this out. Anything else that can salvage? Oh shit, that was still alive. Oh, in that case, I'll put that back. Where'd that order go? I feel like one of these just got out. Probably did. Where did it go first? Whatever. Anyways. Trying to think. Anything else interesting happened as of late? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Not really. I need to get a Hemiblaber roseni again at some point. The OG horseshoe crab roaches, because now I have granulata, I have freaking tenebricosa. I really need the OG roseni again at some point. And I can have all the horseshoe crab roaches in culture. I do that. There it is. One of these freaking Episimplos get out, and I swear to God, I was like, where did it go? There it is. Reappeared out of thin air. All right. Now. But yeah. And then we've had so many people, I feel like, in the last couple years, either visit or export from Puerto Rico. And we still don't have Hemiblabra bruneri, and I'm very upset about that. Or any of the Aspeducia species, which is like a sister genus to Hemiblabra. But Hemiblabra bruneri are very colorful and pretty. They almost look like Opisthloplatia orientalis, but in a Hemiblabra body plan. And then Aspeducius are just like big old, like they're like cavernous versions of Hemiblabra. Very like boxy and squared off body plan, long lanky legs, but overall they just look like weird Hemiblabra roseni. I really want them. And nothing. Puerto Ricans or people visiting Puerto Rico, you got to step up your game. You see, I see a lot of millipedes coming out of there. Where are the roaches at? Where are the roaches? That's inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, God, I would love Aspeducius or Hemiblabra bruneri. That'd be really cool. You know, I knew someone that recently got some Epilampra out of there, probably Epilampra wheeleri. I think they got babies out of their wild females, and I've been messaging them back. I've been messaging them, trying to get them to write me back and see if they have any available by now. And they've been radio silent, so that's a little sad to see. Hopefully they eventually get back to me. They also had a Simplos from there as well, so I hope they still have them going and I can get them from them. But we'll see. Lampiris are fairly easy to keep. Colony of Lampiris sardiniae going since 2004, currently generation 27. Yeah, I've seen your videos on that species. Very impressive. You've had them going for that long. That's crazy. I would love to. That is one of the. I think that's one of the species I was supposed to receive as well. But I never did. I traded for them too, and just never got them. Never, like the guy never shipped out even, so that's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I would like to keep Lampiris one day. They do seem to be an easier alternative to the Photinus, mainly because they'll eat snails and slugs. Photinus only eat earthworms, which is annoying. Yeah, that's crazy though. 20 years. God, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Congratulations on keeping them going that long. I would honestly love to have some of your locality at someday, if possible, just because it's that impressive to have a piece of a culture of something that's been in culture for that long and has that long of a history. Is very impressive. So I don't know how that would happen, but one day that'd be cool. Photurus, I'm a little worried about because those are predatory as adults and they eat other fireflies, and I don't know if you would be able to keep the adults from eating each other, and also if they would eat anything other than adult fireflies. They probably do. They probably would eat any invertebrate, especially if you just crushed like mealworm pupae and put them on like a leaf or whatever. They probably get to that and eat it, but it is a little worrying. At least the females are predatory. I don't know about the males. The males might eat sweet foods like the Photinus do, but yeah. But the larva of Photurus would be easier because those are more generalist feeders, as far as I recall. Yeah, like you just pointed out. Yeah, the larvae eat a lot of different stuff. yet are still not very cannibalistic as far as I've heard. So yeah, those would be easier. Again, though, it's a hassle finding anyone that can collect fireflies here in the United States. Not only are they not common in a lot of places anymore, but even where they are, I've not had any luck finding people to reliably catch them that also know how to ship properly. And they're not great shippers, the adult fireflies. So yeah, kind of sucks. But Hitcher, have I done the Goldwing Panacea? I will not get to those today. Those are in a completely different little cabinet back there. But yeah, I do have them still. They're doing good. I think my next generation of adults has started popping up. They're still breeding well. Yeah, those have done very well for me. And hopefully I'll soon have adults of Panacea and Gustapennis spatica. Because I do have those. They're all nymphs right now. Mostly males too, which kind of sucks, but there are some females. But yeah, I should be breeding those this year. So that'll be fun. Yeah, which the spatica are cool. They're just kind of like, they're a little boring though, because their thing is they're black completely as nymphs and as adults. So there's no color at all. And I feel like the coloration, the orange spots on cognata nymphs and the orange spots on Angustipennis nymphs and the golden wings of the gold form Angustipennis adults. It's kind of what makes them more popular, I feel like. So just an all black Panacea is not actually that crazy if they don't have crazy morphology to go along with it, and these don't. But for Panacea collectors, it's still neat. And no one else is breeding. No one else has spatica in the U.S. So still, it's nice to have another subspecies. I think they're about cognata size. They're pretty small for Angustipennis, which makes sense because it's an island species. I think they're endemic to Japan. But they're pretty cool. And I did thankfully find someone who wants to trade white rot, a bunch, like 10 gallons of white rot wood to me for bugs. So that'll be nice. So I can start breeding the Salgania in better numbers, because those just do not do well unless they have rotten white rot wood. They do not breed on brown rot. Not well, at least. And then they also don't accept just plain flake soil either. So that's a little annoying. But again, if I can trade for like 10 gallons of white rot, I think I'll be set at least for the year. Then I can start pumping out more consistently groups of Salgania ragii, Salgania incerta, and then I did recently just get a species of a new Salgania species from China. I forget the locality, but I do have the locality preserved. So third Salgania species, but yeah, I want rotten wood for those so they actually breed well, white rot wood. So, but yeah, should hopefully be a good year for my Salgania cultures. And then I can start spreading those around a little bit more. Alright, and these are Pseudomops septentrionalis from Cleveland, Oklahoma, courtesy of Tennyson Kingsley and his dad, William Udesky. I don't know which one has these. They both have their own collections. But when I trade with them, I just send it to Tennyson and passes them along to his dad and vice versa. So, but yeah, these guys got adults of both sexes now, so these should start popping off soon. These are starting to do well. I don't know why. Nocticola species Malaysia, right? I have two other Nocticola strains, all probably the same species, and yet the other two strains I have them in their own setup, and they're doing great. They're breeding like rabbits. But every time I try to isolate the species Malaysia to their own setup, they just don't. They don't. I never get them breeding well. And now I finally seem to be having results in this newest setup, but it's really bizarre. They breed, yet they breed perfectly fine in like a bunch of my ice pop bins. It's really weird. And again, I've had no issue setting up cultures of the other two strains of what is probably the same species. So, whatever. Okay. Here we have these. These I'm a little confused on. I don't know if I should be keeping them drier. I think I'm going to start trying to keep them a little drier. They're just not that fecund compared to other Eublabrus, but these are the Eublabrus Marigeau era. These guys are really nice, really pretty. The ink spotch roaches. Very variable in their patterning. Yeah, these guys are really cool. Really neat. But yeah, these guys, very nice. Love them. The rarest of the Eublabrus species. They're not really hard to keep. They're just a bit slower to breed and produce smaller litters than other Eublabrus. So not a great feeder, but a nice pet species. Very attractively patterned Eublabrus. And again, I think I'm gonna aim to dry these out a little bit more than I already have. But they are breeding. I do have babies, so that's good. Finally, some success with this species. Yes. We have my Copophora, which I need some feeders of those. We'll use Tenebrio obscurus for these. I try to grow my colony at the moment. Maybe able to give some away again. Perhaps I could get you some in the future. Shipping worries me a bit though. That'd be cool. We can talk about that in PMs for sure. And I can help explain that process a little bit more. But yeah, that would be definitely cool. I would love to have your strain of Lampyris. Lampyris, probably. Yeah, because that's really cool that you've had them going that long. That's crazy. And those should be preserved long term in the hobby in general, in my opinion. Yeah, that's really cool. Nice measure. I'm not sure to keep mine either. They don't seem to grow much. They keep them more on the humid side. So yeah, I've been keeping mine more on the humid side too, and they've done okay. But I feel like maybe they wanted a little drier. I'm gonna start trying to keep them with a 50-50 humidity gradient. So we'll see how that works. I will say though, compared to other eublabbers, they are pretty slow growing. That's pretty standard. So, um, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Of course, this one's on the lid. Scary little guys. The Copophora katydids. These guys have scared me. They scare me. It scares me to do maintenance on them any time. Ever since that one bit me on my nipple, that I have not recovered from that. I have not recovered from that. I told that story on a different live stream, but that was. I don't know if I'll ever recover from that. That was not nice. Yeah. So. Not a lot of what I keep scares me, but these do. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, it did not draw blood. It was through a thin shirt, but still, it hurt. It hurt. Yeah, not a pleasant experience. Would not recommend. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah. Just like the fear too, because it wouldn't let go. it's like, I hope it doesn't rip it off. They have such strong jaws, so strong and so sharp. It's crazy. Orthopteran jaws are not to be messed with. It can really cause some damage. Yeah, so. I'm going to give this one another one because she's kind of skinny. Well, maybe behead this one as well. And get it. There we go. Alright. Might as well take care of the Tenenbaum now as well. A little bit apple. There we go. Yes, behavior. Yes, that's what I plan to do basically. To let them breed communally, and just let the nymphs grow communally. Still keeping these adults separate, but they're nymphs. I will try a communal setup with them before getting rid of them. But if that ends up with one fat, happy nymph, then I won't be too concerned. But I will obviously probably post them for sale too. So that is if I bred them successfully. I still don't know. Some of the eggs look fine, but they're not really showing signs of development. So I don't know if they actually ever hooked up successfully. I thought they did. And I've paired them multiple times now just to try to be sure. I never saw like successful copulation, but like I left them overnight, slept, went to work, came back, and then separated them. So like if they did mate, it was like I would have missed it. So but But I assume they did, because like, what else would they be doing all night if not that? The males have been calling nonstop every night, so like, I would assume they hooked up. So there should be viable eggs. Should be a lot of viable eggs, but I guess we'll see. We will see. They're fun. They're fun. You define fun though, like sort of fun. So if being scared of being maimed, perhaps in a very sensitive spot by what you keep is fun, then yeah, probably I think they're fun. Sure, they're fun. Watching them eat is pretty cool though. They're very vicious, clearly. But yeah, I don't know why I still have them. They're kind of lost their charm to me. I don't know why, but yeah. No, they're neat. They're neat. I would like one of the cooler Capafor one day, like Capafor rhinoceros maybe. I still want to try those bulldog katydids too. The genus that starts with the L coronatum. I forget the genus name, but I know it's L. coronatum is the species that was in the hobby for a bit. I wouldn't have minded trying those, but I wouldn't know where to get them. But yeah, they're cool. If you like horror movies, you enjoy being scared. I mean, I guess I kind of like horror movies, but being scared and being actually injured, being actually like attacked are two different things. Though. I don't know. Still not popping up. Nothing yet. All right. These guys, ooh, I'll show these guys off. These are really cute. These are Charinus acosta. Is it Acosta or Acosta? No, I think it is just Acosta. See if is there one here? Here we go. There's one. 3 of these cuties from Allen a few months ago, and they should be breeding size here soon. You can't really see that one. All right. Trying to. There we go. You can kind of see it. These are mini whip spiders that are parthenogenetic. See if I can get this one on my hand, maybe. Yeah, but they're partho. They're parthenogenetic, so it's like really cool. Relatively easy to breed by that definition because you don't have to worry about pairing them. They're also fairly communal as long as they're well fed. But yeah, they're really cute and really, really small. It's hard to get it in focus because it's so small. They're also kind of fast. But yeah, they're really cute. Yeah, no males, no worries, for sure. And again, they're pretty communal. They just need a, constant food supply. I've been feeding them springtails and small isopods. They really seem to like isopods, specifically like Caraboschia christiani. I don't know if I've given them Mythoniscus. I think I've mostly been feeding them Trichorhina tomentosa and Caraboschia christiani. And those two kept them pretty well sated. And I think I've also thrown Nocticola in here a few times, and there are no Nocticola in here anymore, so they are probably eating them. But yeah, these guys, pretty cool. Gotta love parthenogenetic species. Saves you a lot of hassle. For sure. I'm actually gonna... What has Nocticola in it? I guess one of my Nocticola colonies probably does. I hope. Let's get this one out. Let's feed it some, which is this? Vienna Zoo. You get Vienna Zoo Nocticola today. I need more like a crate here because there's nothing to grab on to begin it. There we go. Should be enough. Maybe a few more. Yeah, this container does not have nearly enough. Nearly enough hides for me to even take them off of. This one should though. This is the University Florida Park line. Just there we go. That should keep it fed. Larva puncella. These are the pretty North American native dwarf earwigs. Those are cool. I guess I should move this back. My Lucy Hermetica Verrucosa Venezuela. These are cool. Locality data, well, barely locality data, country data. But for the warty glow spots, these guys are cool. A bit darker than your typical no locality US stock warties. So they're cool. These are bred for me though, which is nice. Yeah, it's my first time keeping this species actually. But they're an easy one, so not too surprising that they would breed for me. But nice to have locality stock for the US hobby. Finally. Still need the Columbia strain. And we'll have both the Verrucosa locality lines in the US culture. Our another dwarf earwig, the Paralabella curvicata. These are way too small to pick up on the camera, so I won't even try. Ooh, okay, there we go. These are two colonies I have of the Pycnospora cerenommensis dark, which I'm kind of annoyed with because they have, when I got them, they were really dark. The adults consistently come out very dark, almost black. And then something happened, and all of a sudden, they are coming out pretty normal colored for cerenommensis, and I don't know why. I don't know if it was a dietary thing that was making them dark in the first place. yeah, I don't know, but they're not coming out that dark anymore. Um, just kind of normal colored as adults, just that straw brown kind of wing coloration. I don't know what made them lose their dark coloration. They're probably no genetics, so like genetically, there should have been. They're just producing clones of themselves. It shouldn't have affected the color. So, if anything, the coloration for that line seems to have been more of an environmental factor than genetic, which is really weird. Um, so that kind of sucks because the cool thing about this line was that it was dark. Now it's just a slightly smaller than average hobby stock line of Cernamensis. So still different than the hobby Cernamensis, but kind of just normal looking now. Huh? You just leave it on the floor. Um, but yeah, so just kind of lame. But maybe the beta carotene. See, if anything though, I feel like that wouldn't that make them lighter? Because that increases like oranges and reds and yellow coloration. If anything, I feel like that would make them less black. I don't know what you would feed them to make them black. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd, and I'm not sure what could have made them dark that then now they're just light. Other than possibly the other thing that could be is just keeping them very, very humid might make them black. And I've been keeping mine more on the dry side just because they're less prone to crashing when they're kept drier. That could be it. Could be a dry versus wet thing. So maybe I might try isolate some and keep them like super, super moist and see if that makes them dark again. Yeah, I might try that. But other than that, I would have no idea what made them change coloration because it's really bizarre for a roach, for a parthenogenetic roach that should have like little to no variation in the offspring produced because they're all clones, they're genetic clones of the mother. So like that's weird. Yeah, they are getting lighter, but like brown. They're turning brown instead of black. They were black before, blackish, pretty close to black. Now they're like more brown, like they're lighter. So feeding them the beta carotene would still probably just, if anything, enhance the reds and oranges and stuff, which is the opposite of what I want. I want less brownish, reddish, orangish coloration. I want darker coloration. So I would not think that beta carotene would help make them black. So yeah, but it might be a humidity thing. I might actually try that and see if that works. But if not, then I have no clue. And even if it does, then that still kind of sucks. It's more of a gimmicky line. It's not like genetically, like no matter how you keep them, they'll be black. You have to keep them a certain way to get that coloration. That to me, that feels kind of gimmicky. I don't know. So yeah, kind of sucks. This is my actual Euborelia annulipes setup. I should probably move into something bigger. That's not my Archimandrita tessellata setup. Yeah, I had these guys in a bigger setup, but then they got entomophagus fungus, and so I isolated out a few individuals that were healthy and restarted a healthy culture without that. But somehow some got out from the previous culture into the Archimandrita. They didn't have entomophagus fungus and have established their own healthy population in there, which is pretty ironic. Oh no, actually, I started these from the ones that were in the Archimandrita tessellata enclosure. That somehow got in there from the previous setup. Just yeah, weird. Okay. These are Parcobata Illyriana Bibb County, which probably not going to see too much crazy. They just look like brown roaches on the camera, but in person they're really cool. They got really nice red and black contrast to them. And the adults are really cool too. I did not get pictures of the adults when I had them though, so now I gotta wait till the next generation to get photos of them. But they looked really cool, really like stripy. They almost look like Parkablatalata more than Oluriana, which is really cool. But yeah. Oh. What can you do? Only a couple more enclosures left, and then I'll probably be hopping off to go to bed. So, let's get to those. These back. Polyphaga aegyptica. What can I say? A great hobby staple. Really cool. There's a. Can I get her to? Probably can't get it to stay still. Ooh, probably try not to blind you guys. This is a nice female Egyptian sand roach. And then here we have. I'm probably gonna need to hold him by his wings, but there's a male. These guys are pretty nifty. I like the little like U-shaped indentation on the wings. Pretty cool. Neat little guys. They like it pretty dry. Keep them on sand. You can keep them on core or whatever. They don't really care. Very easy going. And the classic hobby staple, once again, that is kind of losing relevance in the hobby. Mostly just due to lack of interest, I guess. Which is unfortunate because they're a nice species. Alright, lastly, this is the Taphiliska Eleuthera enclosure, which I thought I'd lost these guys. Thankfully I didn't. They've started to recover, but I think I let them get too humid. I kept them too moist and also didn't give them enough proper hides. They really do seem to like cork bark. So like they chew into it and make tunnels in it. And without enough bark hides that they can chew into and tunnel through, they don't really seem to do super well. Yeah, these guys, they're doing pretty well now. I think, hopefully, as long as I have a pair this next generation, I should be fine. And have lots of them again. But I almost lost them. Almost. Yeah, it looks like none are going to come out to play today, so won't get to show them off. Yeah, these guys are neat. I think lack of ventilation also was what it was. Increased ventilation, started keeping them a little drier, give them more cork bark and all that fun stuff. And now they're doing better. So, good. These. Alrighty. But that is going to do it for today, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate everyone that joined in and participated in the stream. It was fun chatting with you guys. I probably won't stream again tomorrow. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but probably not. But yeah, I appreciate it. And I will see you all again sometime. Like, subscribe, share, whatever is convenient for you. And yeah, I guess I'll finish by answering these chats though. Males and worries, beta carotene. Some of my period larvae also randomly turn a much lighter color sometimes. In the next molt, it's gone again. That's interesting. That could be like random serratia infections too. That's something that sometimes changes insect colors to be a bit lighter. But with proper care, they can recover from those infections and molt again. And sometimes it's just random coloration changes. Bite wings a lot. They've outgrown their tub. Probably Cernomenses outgrow their tubs very fast. Thank you for the stream. You have a fan going in your room? I have a air filter going in my room. I don't think it really counts as a fan. Yeah, that's it. Just an air filter, which I have off right now because I didn't want it going off in the background during the stream. But yeah, so I have that, and a humidifier, and that's it. Thanks, TJ. See ya. Thanks for letting me up. Yep. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate everyone who hopped in. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys again soon, hopefully. But alrighty, see ya.